Chapter 387. 9 Dragons Stomping the Sky. Lu Ming did not want to waste time with him, and he immediately executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. Boom. There was a loud explosion and the burly young man's body slid back 1,000 meters. Along the way there was a deep gully. His body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sizzle. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. The geniuses of Flying Tiger Mountain Range looked at Lu Ming in shock. It was unbelievable that he could injure the burly young man with just one move when he was only a martial ancestor, realm level 5 martial ancestor. The long-armed young man was shocked at first. Then a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. I never thought that Cloud Emperor Mountain Range would have such a demonic genius like you. I'm afraid Jian Fengyun is no match for you. Alright, I'll kill you before you rise. Otherwise you'll be a threat to Flying Tiger Mountain Range in the future. The long-armed young man said coldly. Bam. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw himself at Lu Ming like a cannonball and threw out a punch. The punch was terrifying and it was much more powerful than the burly young man's. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps and took a step forward. Boom. There was a loud explosion and Lu Ming's 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was blocked. At the same time, a powerful force surged and Lu Ming was pushed back. Advanced Martial Ancestor Realm Level 7 Cultivation. What a powerful force. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Brr. There was a loud roar and a majestic giant ape appeared above the long-armed young man's head. There were 5 silver chakras on the giant ape's body. Level 5 King Class Bloodline Steel Raging Ape. Ape King Divine Fist. The long-armed young man roared and threw out another punch. The fist radiance was like a giant ape's fist and it flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned grave. This person was definitely a triple battle genius and he was no weaker than Jian Fengyun. Heaven Palm. Lu Ming executed his most powerful move without hesitation. The Heaven Palm print formed and collided with the Ape King Divine Fist. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and everything within a radius of tens of miles shook violently. The fist and palm collided, forming a terrifying hurricane that swept across the sky and earth. Some of the weaker youths in the soaring Tiger Mountain Range were swept away by the hurricane and were forced to retreat. Boom. After the loud noise, a figure flew backward rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He flew several thousand meters away and stood in the air with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The long-armed young man was too powerful. His cultivation had reached the late 7th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, which was more than 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. In addition, he was a 3-fight genius, so he was more than 5 levels higher than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had not reached the level of a 5-battle genius, so how could he be a match for him? He's still not dead? Little did he know that the long-armed young man's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming's battle prowess shocked him until his hair stood on end. He had also been to those big areas before. However, even in a large region, there was no such terrifying genius. Not to mention anything else, he had only heard of the 4th battle genius but had never seen one. It was obvious that Lu Ming had surpassed the 4th battle genius. Die, he must die. The long-armed young man roared in his heart and yelled, I've already injured him. Let's attack together, we can't let him leave alive. Having said that, he hurriedly attacked Lu Ming. Kill? The other cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain Range yelled as they attacked at the same time, resulting in a shocking scene. These young men were the strongest cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain Range. It was as if all the geniuses on the monarch ranking were attacking at the same time. How terrifying was the scene. I'm too lazy to play with you. Lu Ming turned around and left with the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. In the next instant he was 10 miles away. What a joke. Lu Ming was not stupid to fight with so many people, including a long-armed young man. Since he was no match for them, why not retreat for the time being? Besides, Lu Ming already had a plan in mind. Chase. The long-armed young man yelled, but their speed was no match for Lu Ming's. In a few moments, Lu Ming was nowhere to be seen. Damn it. The long-armed young man cursed. Let's go back. We must get the level 5 spiritual herbs in the valley. The long-armed young man yelled. Then, the group of cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain Range returned to the valley to clear out the beasts inside. Lu Ming covered 10 miles in one step. He was very fast. Soon he arrived outside a valley. There was a giant toad that was half a step away from the Beast King realm in the valley. That's right. Lu Ming came here to borrow the toad's strength. He wanted to use the toad's strength to disrupt the battle and seize the opportunity to snatch the spiritual herbs in the valley. Based on the medicinal fragrance that the spirit medicine gave off, Lu Ming speculated that it was very likely a level 5 spirit medicine. A level 4 spiritual herb definitely did not have such a fragrance. A level 5 spiritual herb. Lu Ming was excited at the thought of it. A level 5 spiritual herb was a rare treasure that even a beast king would want. If he had a level 5 spiritual herb, Lu Ming could cultivate the myriad spirit battle body and push his physical body to level 6. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming rushed into the valley. Croak. After a while, an earth-shattering cry was heard and the grass and trees shook. Then Lu Ming rushed out of the valley as if his butt was on fire. Croak. A giant toad the size of a mountain rushed out of the valley and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and appeared 10 miles away in an instant. Croak. The giant toad exerted its strength with its 4 limbs and its enormous body rushed into the sky. It crossed 7 to 8 miles in an instant and landed heavily on the ground. Boom. Smoke and dust filled the air and the ground cracked. Then the giant toad rushed out of the smoke and dust again and pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming took another step forward, causing the giant toad to pounce on nothing. A man and a toad, one chasing and one escaping, were dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. When the giant toad stopped and did not want to give chase, Lu Ming stopped as well and shot it. The giant toad was furious and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Soon Lu Ming came to the giant valley again. Lu Ming did not stop at all. He dashed toward the canyon directly. Who is it? With a loud shout, a few figures rushed out from below. One of them was the burly young man who was injured by Lu Ming. You again? You dare to come again? You're courting death. The burly young man roared when he saw Lu Ming. Whoosh, whoosh. A dozen figures rushed out from below. Boy, I won't let you go this time. The long-armed young man also rushed out. I brought you a gift. Don't thank me. Lu Ming smiled. What? The long-armed young man and the others were stunned. Croak. A loud roar came from afar. Then they saw a mountain-like figure rushing over from afar. That's... Oh no, retreat. The long-armed young man's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming smiled and dashed into the house. However, a few people in the Flying Tiger Mountain range did not react in time and were directly crushed by the giant toad. Boom. Chapter 388. Whoosh. Then the giant toad's crimson tongue shot out. 5 or 6 geniuses from the Flying Tiger Mountain range were caught by the tongue. Help me. 5 or 6 young men screamed in horror. The next moment, the giant toad's tongue retracted back into its mouth and stopped screaming. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush into the canyon. Damn it, beast. Don't even think about it. The long-armed young man roared and rushed into the canyon. The rest of the people fled in all directions. Some ran out of the canyon and some ran into the canyon. Croak. The giant toad cried and rushed into the canyon. Along the way, Lu Ming saw many corpses of demonic beasts. Wherever there were spiritual herbs, there would be powerful demonic beasts guarding it. The canyon was very wide and deep. It was formed by 2 huge mountains. The deeper he went, the stronger the fragrance of the herbs. Brr, brr. Suddenly, a dozen demonic beasts rushed out of the canyon. These demonic beasts were very powerful. The weakest of them was Class 8 LV4. 7 or 8 of them were Class 9 LV4. 2 of them were even at the peak of Class 9 LV4. They were only 1 step away from becoming a half-step monster king. These were the most powerful demonic beasts in the canyon. The long-armed young man and the others were afraid of these demonic beasts and did not rush in. Whoosh. Lu Ming took a step forward. His figure suddenly soared into the sky and appeared high in the sky. Then he took another step forward. This time his target was the deeper part of the canyon. Brr. Some demonic beasts roared and tried to stop Lu Ming, but he was too fast. They could not stop him in time. At this moment, the giant toad rushed in again. Croak. The giant toad roared and attacked both humans and demonic beasts. Suddenly, the giant toad and the dozen powerful demonic beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Damn it! Damn it! The long-armed young man roared. The people from the Flying Tiger Mountain range were the first to be affected by the demonic beasts on both sides. A few more people were killed by the demonic beasts. The spiritual herbs are mine. The long-armed young man roared and used all his strength to rush out of the encirclement and into the depths of the canyon. At this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed into the depths of the canyon. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Ming was shocked and then he was overjoyed. What appeared before his eyes was actually a medicinal field. Yes, even though an unknown amount of time had passed, one could still vaguely see that it was a medicinal field. There were 7 or 8 stalks of spiritual herbs growing in the medicinal field. Every stalk of spiritual medicine flickered with a faint spiritual glow, and every stalk emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. That's a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and a phoenix-shaped Ganoderma. Lu Ming saw a few that he recognized at a glance. The 10,000-year blood ginseng was as thick as a child's arm. Its entire body was blood red, and it flickered with a blood red light. It was obviously extraordinary. There was also a phoenix-shaped Lingji mushroom which actually looked like a phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike, and its medicinal fragrance was extremely rich. These two spirit herbs were both level 5 spirit herbs. Furthermore, it looked like it had been around for a long time, and its medicinal power was extremely strong. There were a few other herbs that Lu Ming didn't recognize, but they didn't look any worse than the 10,000-year blood ginseng and the phoenix-shaped Lingji mushroom. They were definitely level 5 spiritual herbs. Upper level 5. These spirit herbs are definitely upper level 5 spiritual herbs. Even a martial king would drool if he saw them. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Haha, with these spirit herbs my physical body will be able to break through to level 6. Wait a minute, what's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a small tree in the depths of the medicinal field. This small tree was not tall, only a little more than a meter tall. There was not a single leaf on the branches, but there were 9 fist-sized fruits hanging from it. The fruits were bright red and sparkling. Around the fruits, there was a dense fiery red mist, as if a flame was burning and jumping. Could this be the red cinnabar fruit? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't hide the crazy joy in his eyes. The red cinnabar fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that if a martial arts grandmaster consumed it, his cultivation would rapidly increase without any side effects. Ah, God is helping me. With the red cinnabar fruit, my cultivation will increase by a level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Whoosh. At that moment, the long-armed young man was flying towards him. Then his eyes flashed. He had obviously seen the spirit herbs and the red cinnabar fruit in the medicinal field. Red cinnabar fruit, that's the red cinnabar fruit. With these 9 red cinnabar fruits, my cultivation will definitely reach level 8 or even level 9 martial arts grandmaster. Then I won't have to be afraid of anyone in the Dongming ancient battlefield. The long-armed young man roared in his heart. But in the next moment, his face became ferocious and he shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing? These spirit herbs are mine." Lu Ming pounced on the spirit herbs. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Hearing the long-armed young man's words, Lu Ming was speechless and twitched his lips. With a wave of his hand, a vast amount of true qi surged out and turned into true qi shovels that dug out the 7 spirit herbs. Lu Ming waved his hand again and the spirit herbs were all stored in the Temple of Paragon. Then Lu Ming pounced on the 9 red cinnabar fruits. Bastard, stop it. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red and he roared in a frenzy as he pounced on Lu Ming. Heaven's palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. This time, Lu Ming unleashed his strongest combat strength. Great Ape King's divine fist. The long-armed young man punched out. Boom. There was a terrifying vibration and the heaven's palm was pierced through. However, the long-armed young man's body was stopped for a moment. Whoosh. Lu Ming was sent flying by the force of the fist and he happened to pass by the red cinnabar fruit. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept the 9 red cinnabar fruits in the Temple of Paragon. Bam. Lu Ming's body slammed into the wall of the valley. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hand over the spirit herbs and the red cinnabar fruits. The long-armed young man roared. Idiot. Lu Ming sneered and stepped into the sky. In an instant he appeared in the sky. Then he took another step and flew 10 miles away. Bastard. Bastard. Stop right there. The long-armed young man shouted hysterically. This was originally his opportunity. If he could use the red cinnabar fruit to increase his cultivation, he could use it as a foundation to fight for more resources. But now it was all taken away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon without a trace. Damn it. Damn it. When I get out of the Dongming ancient battlefield, I'll lead a group of experts to the Cloud Emperor mountain range to find you and your family. I'll kill them all. The long-armed young man's eyes flashed with hatred. Then he gritted his teeth and pounced to save the other geniuses in the soaring Tiger Mountain range. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning. Soon he arrived at a quiet place 10,000 miles away. With a thought, he appeared in the Temple of Paragon. Now let's start cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the 10,000-year blood ginseng and started cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. Soon, the 10,000-year blood ginseng turned into wisps of myriad spirit qi and entered Lu Ming's body. Chapter 389. The effects of the level 5 superior grade elixir were too strong and rich. It constantly transformed into the aura of all spirits, nourishing Lu Ming's physical body. Lu Ming's physical body was glowing, sparkling and dazzling. His qi and blood were full of vitality. A day later, the 10,000-year blood ginseng was completely refined. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and his bones emitted crisp sounds. His muscles were as taut as steel wires, making buzzing sounds. His body was breaking through the bottleneck. After half a day, the strange phenomenon disappeared and Lu Ming opened his eyes. Rank 6 lower tier physical body. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly and he was delighted. After refining the upper LV5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming's body had finally broken through. 6th grade physical body. Even some martial king realm warriors had to specially cultivate their physical bodies in order to achieve such a level. What incredible power! Given his current fleshly body combined with his jinqi, how strong would he be? With a thought, Lu Ming appeared outside the Temple of Paragon. It was already dusk of the second day. I was safe last night. I was so stupid. I couldn't enter the Temple of Paragon because it was in danger. As long as I could enter the Temple of Paragon before night fell, I wouldn't have to dodge the attacks of the spirits. Lu Ming was stunned. He scolded himself for being stupid. Why did he have to fight with the spirits every night when he had the Temple of Paragon? Let's test my strength first. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He shook the spear and struck the ground. Boom. There was a loud boom and the ground shook violently. The ground cracked and debris flew. A spear-shaped trench appeared on the ground and extended forward. It extended for more than 200 meters before it stopped. A 10-meter deep and 200-meter long trench appeared on the ground. The power of a casual attack has increased a lot. Lu Ming was delighted. The attack just now was purely a combination of genuine qi and physical strength. He didn't use any martial skills or the power of wind and fire. Try something else. Next, Lu Ming added the power of wind and fire and started experimenting. After that, he continued to experiment with the 9 dragons ascending heaven steps and the heavenly path palm. It seems like my strongest battle prowess hasn't improved by much. I can't reach the level of a battle 5 genius. After a round of experiments, Lu Ming came to a conclusion. When using the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, the impact on his physical body was quite significant. The breakthrough of his physical body had greatly increased the power of the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, but it still did not surpass the heavenly law palm, only close to the power of the heavenly law palm. On the other hand, the might of the heaven's path palm did not increase by much. The power of the heavenly law palm was mainly due to the mysterious heavenly law aura. It did not have much to do with the physical body. Thus, the breakthrough of his physical body did not bring much improvement to the heaven's path palm. However, that didn't mean that Lu Ming's battle prowess didn't increase. His basic battle prowess had increased by a large margin, and the power of his ordinary martial skills had increased by a large margin. It could be said that Lu Ming didn't need to use the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps and the heaven's path palm. He mainly added the power of wind and fire, and his casual attack could reach or even surpass the power of a battle 4 genius. Moreover, this was a battle that could last for a long time, unlike the heaven's path palm, which consumed a lot of energy. Although he didn't reach the level of a battle 5 genius, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Continue to improve my physical body. In the next moment, Lu Ming returned to the Temple of Paragon and took out a level 5 spiritual medicine. He began to convert it into all spirit qi to improve his physical body. However, the energy required to improve his physical body to level 6 was too much. It was more than 10 times the energy required for a level 5 physical body. A day later, after Lu Ming had refined the spiritual medicine, his physical body had only improved a little. He didn't know how far he was from level 6 great achievement. Continue. Lu Ming continued to refine the spiritual medicine. Another 5 days passed and the remaining 5 spiritual medicine were all refined. Lu Ming's physical body had only reached the peak of level 6 small achievement and had not broken through to level 6 great achievement. The energy required is too terrifying. I don't know how much more energy I need to cultivate to level 7 physical body. Forget it, continue to refine those low-level spiritual medicine as well. After that, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of spiritual medicine appeared in front of him. It was like a small mountain. There were level 2, level 3 and level 4 spiritual medicine. They were all obtained from the storage rings of others he had killed. Refine. A strange aura appeared in Lu Ming's hands and enveloped a few hundred spiritual medicine. These spiritual medicine were too weak and couldn't be compared to level 5 spiritual medicine. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to refine a few hundred spiritual medicine at once. But Lu Ming operated the 1,000 spirit battle body technique. Some spiritual medicine shook and turned into ashes. The medicinal efficacy was absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into 1,000 spirit qi, nourishing Lu Ming's physical body. In this way, Lu Ming continued to refine the spiritual medicine. Time flew and another 10 days passed. In these 10 days, Lu Ming had refined no less than 10,000 spiritual medicine of all levels. He had swept away all the spiritual medicine accumulated during this period. At this time, Lu Ming's physical body had reached the peak of level 6 great achievement and was still a little bit away from level 6 great achievement. This made Lu Ming sigh. Cultivating the physical body really burned money. The value of so many spiritual medicine was simply unimaginable. However, the improvement of the physical body was not very great. Well, the physical body has reached this point. I'll stop for a while. Now I'll improve my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he took out a red fruit. The 9 dragons' bloodline swallowed it and refined it to improve his cultivation. The red fruit was indeed an invaluable treasure to improve one's cultivation. Its energy was extremely abundant and it continuously refined genuine qi. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly. Not long after, Lu Ming reached the late stage of martial ancestor realm late realm and continued to improve. 3 days later, all 9 red fruits were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the early stage of martial ancestor realm early realm martial ancestor realm. 9 red fruits. If it were someone else, they would be able to improve their cultivation by 2 levels. However, for me it's not even 1 level. Lu Ming smiled wryly. Every time he improved he would need a lot of energy. However, there was an advantage. The cultivation that the red fruits increased was extremely pure and his foundation was stable. Lu Ming could continue to devour the blood essence of beasts to improve his cultivation. He did not need to spend time to strengthen his foundation. I've been in seclusion for more than 20 days. It's time to go out for a walk. Thinking of this, Su Mo left the Temple of Paragon. It was still daytime outside. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and headed west. Next, Lu Ming wandered around during the day to look for opportunities. Before night fell, he entered the Temple of Paragon to comprehend the force and cultivate his martial skills. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. There were not many disturbances during these 7 days. There's a city in front. Lu Ming saw a city in front of him. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew toward the city. This city is huge. Chapter 390. This was considered a big city in the Dongming ancient battlefield. Lu Ming noticed many figures in the air. With a slight movement, Zhang Xian landed in the city. He sensed that there were powerful auras surging in some of the buildings in the city. It was obvious that many young geniuses were cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then walked toward the place with the most auras. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the center of the city. There were many people gathered there. Ancient remnant weapon, ancient remnant weapon. I obtained it in a secret place. It still contains a trace of spirituality. I want to exchange it for a piece of meteoric metal. An ancient pill recipe from the Dongming ancient battlefield. It must be a top-quality item. I only want an Earth-class superior martial technique. Take it. Lu Ming heard shouts as soon as he arrived. It was as if he had arrived at a market in the outside world. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He then pulled a young girl to the side and asked about it. The young girl was kind enough to give a rough explanation. Lu Ming was enlightened. This was equivalent to a small market. The first 3 months of the DT on Divine Guard selection were for people to gain experience, find opportunities, and raise their cultivation. During this period, everyone might gain something and obtain some treasures. However, they might not be able to use them. Therefore, in some large cities, many geniuses would gather together and take out treasures that they didn't need to exchange for treasures that others needed. Therefore, there was a small market in front of him. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He wandered around the place to see if he could find what he needed. There were about 500 to 600 people here. They were shouting non-stop. Moreover, the items they took out were also strange. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not see anything that interested him. Beast, it's you. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura shrouding him. Lu Ming quickly turned around and saw a few young men striding toward him. Lu Ming could not help but laugh. Wasn't this the long-armed young man from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range? They were really enemies on the road. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, the long-armed young man's eyes were filled with hatred. He glared at Lu Ming and said, "Little bastard, I did not expect to meet you here. This time I will not let you escape. Also, where are the spiritual herbs? Hurry up and hand them over. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death." The long-armed young man said sinisterly, "Are you stupid? So many days have passed and you still have spirit herbs? It's already in my stomach and turned into shit. Do you want it? If you really want it, I still vaguely remember where it is. I can take you there. I just didn't expect your taste to be so heavy." Lu Ming said with a smile. Humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red in an instant. The bloodline in his body burst out, and a violent aura rose up. "Die. Die, beast, die for me." The long-armed young man roared. Whoosh. Lu Ming soared into the sky and floated in the air, saying, "If you want to fight, come up." Whoosh. The long-armed young man also soared into the sky. Their actions naturally alarmed the others. "That's Flying Ape from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. He's the strongest person in the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. It's said that he's a triple battle genius. Who's the other person? He dares to fight Flying Ape? Is he also the strongest person in a certain area?" I don't know him." The others discussed and stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. In the sky, Lu Ming and the long-armed young man Flying Ape stood opposite each other. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly the two of them moved at the same time. They turned into two streaks of light and charged at each other. Then they collided in the air like two meteors crashing into each other. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion and the two figures retreated quickly. "Kill Great Ape King's Divine Fist." Flying Ape roared again and charged at Lu Ming, throwing out a punch. A terrifying fist light instantly pierced the sky and blasted at Lu Ming. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming's figure glowed as he stomped his foot forward. The space around his foot vibrated vigorously, which transformed into a violent force that surged forward. Bang! This time an even more shocking tremor spread out. The momentum was vast and shocking to the extreme. Whoosh! Following this, a figure flew backward like a meteor. It was Flying Ape. Flying Ape has been defeated. Flying Ape has been defeated. Who exactly is he? How terrifying. Could he be a genius from one of the higher kingdoms? Didn't you notice? His cultivation is only at the early stage of the 6th layer martial ancestor realm, but he was able to defeat Flying Ape. How many battles has he fought? Heavens, I wouldn't have realized it if you didn't mention it. It's true, isn't it too terrifying? Below him, the geniuses inhaled deeply. Flying Ape flew 1,000 meters in the air and stopped in midair. Blood flowed out from his mouth as his eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. He let out a roar. He was a genius who had fought 3 battles and was the strongest in the soaring Tiger Mountain range. Countless geniuses were trash in front of him. He had always been the one to defeat those with higher cultivation, but now it was Lu Ming who had defeated him. He could not accept it. Nothing is impossible, die. Lu Ming let out a roar as he sprang into the air and appeared above Flying Ape. He looked down from above and took a step forward. Bang! It was as if an ancient godly mountain was crashing down from the sky. Block it. Flying Ape let out a loud roar. At that instant, his body began to expand rapidly. His body was bulky and his arms were thick, making him look like a giant ape. It was a secret technique that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and unleashed a powerful devouring force on Flying Ape. Flying Ape's body shuddered as he felt his bloodline and blood essence vibrating, as if they were about to leave his body. His aura dropped instantly. Bang! At that instant, the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps collided with Flying Ape. Flying Ape let out a cry of agony as his body fell to the ground like a cannonball. There was a large group of ancient houses there. Bang! Flying Ape crashed into the houses, causing the ground to tremble violently. Heaven's Path Palm. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. The Heaven's Path Palm condensed and slammed down. Flying Ape had just rushed out from below when he saw the Heaven's Path Palm coming at him. He immediately let out a cry of horror and despair. He was already injured and was no match for the Heaven's Path Palm. Like a fly, he was suppressed by the Heaven's Path Palm. There was another earth-shattering rumble as a large group of ancient houses were destroyed. Smoke and dust filled the air as gravel flew everywhere. Die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he continuously condensed a dozen spears in his hand. They were thrown out by Lu Ming and turned into a dozen lightning bolts that shot downward. There was a shrill cry and then there was silence. There were many figures floating in the air above the city. At that moment they were all stunned and their eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 391. What happened to the flying ape? Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the ground, waiting for the result. Soon, the dust settled and the scene below was revealed. First, there was a giant palm print that was dozens of meters long and wide. In the huge palm print, the flying ape lay there like a dead dog. There were several long spears that were condensed from spiritual chi piercing through his body and nailing him to the ground. The flying ape's eyes were wide open and they were filled with indignation. However, he was no longer breathing. He was dead. The flying ape had been killed. He was the most powerful person in the area and a genius who had won 3 battles. He had been killed just like that. Everyone gasped and felt a chill run down their spines. Even in large regions and empires, 3 World War III geniuses were extremely rare. They were exceptionally powerful. If such a person did not die, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the Martial King realm in the future. He might even reach a higher realm. However, he had died just like that. Everything was for naught. A general success was built on thousands of bones. Every top powerhouse had stepped on piles of bones and other geniuses' corpses to reach their current heights. At that moment, the other young men who had come with the flying ape from the Flying Tiger Mountain range were trembling in fear and their faces were pale. They had left secretly. The flying ape was already dead. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? Lu Ming could not be bothered with those small fries. He moved and appeared beside the flying ape's corpse. He used his true chi to sweep up the storage ring and devour the blood essence. Then Lu Ming soared into the sky and left. Lu Ming landed in the north of the city. He found a room and walked in. Then he appeared in the Temple of Paragon. During this period he had obtained too many storage rings and had not carefully cleaned them. He had only roughly cleaned them and removed the spiritual herbs. As for the spiritual crystals and spiritual weapons, he did not have time to clean them up. During this period, Lu Ming had obtained many storage rings left behind by Martial Ancestor Realm 5, Martial Ancestor Realm and above. There were too many things inside. Lu Ming checked them one by one. There were many lower spiritual crystals, middle spiritual crystals and even upper spiritual crystals. A middle-grade spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 lower-grade spiritual crystals. One upper spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 middle spiritual crystals or 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. Lu Ming put the spirit crystals into several storage rings. Lu Ming didn't count them carefully, but if all the spirit crystals were converted to low-grade spirit crystals, Lu Ming estimated that it would be no less than 1 billion spirit crystals. Yes, 1 billion spirit crystals. During this period of time, Lu Ming had accumulated too many spirit crystals and had not spent them all. Lu Ming calculated that once the DT on Divine Guard selection was over, he would go out and purchase a large amount of demonic beast blood essence to raise the grade of his bloodline. Other than spirit crystals, there were also many spirit weapons. Of course, the spiritual grass had already been refined by Lu Ming. There were also some refining materials, secret manuals, and all kinds of miscellaneous things piled up in several storage rings. However, there wasn't anything too precious, and it wasn't of much help to Lu Ming. After these things were cleaned up, more than a day had passed. Lu Ming then left the Temple of Paragon and strolled on the streets. Swoosh, swoosh. However, not long after Lu Ming walked on the streets, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Figures flew over and stopped in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. These people weren't in the same group but in 3 groups. It was obvious that they were from 3 different forces. However, what was the meaning of these 3 forces standing in front of him? He had never seen these people before. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am Han Valley's Han Lu Mu. One of the groups was mostly dressed in snow-white robes. Among them, a young man in his mid-20s cupped his fists and smiled at Lu Ming. Han Valley? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had heard of this region before. It was a small region not much bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Han Lu Mu's aura was extraordinary. He might be the strongest person in the Han Valley. I am Wu Hui from Ming Yen Peak. I am Yi Tianan from Yen Ke Lake. The other 2 groups of people cupped their fists at Lu Ming. Obviously, these 2 people were the leaders of their respective forces. Ming Yen Peak, Yen Ke Lake? Lu Ming muttered. These 2 regions were also small regions just like the Han Valley. However, Lu Ming had never interacted with people from these regions. Why were they looking for him? May I know your name? Han Lu Mu smiled. Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. There was nothing to hide about a name. So it's Brother Lu. We have something to discuss with Brother Lu. Can we talk in private? Han Lu Mu said and pointed to the sky. What's the matter? There's no harm in talking here. Lu Ming frowned and said. Brother Lu, this involves an ancient ruin. I'm afraid it's not good to let others know. Yi Tianan from Yankai Lake whispered. Ancient ruin? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and felt even more strange. Could it be that these people were looking for him to ask for his help? All right. Immediately, Lu Ming nodded and flew into the sky. Han Lu Mu, Yi Tianan, and Wu Hui also flew into the sky. Lu Ming was not afraid of any tricks. Although Han Lu Mu and the other two gave off a strong feeling, they were even stronger than the flying ape. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Even if the three of them joined hands and he was no match for them, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to escape. Speak, why are you looking for me? I don't believe that you guys would be so kind as to find me in an ancient ruin. In the sky, Lu Ming went straight to the point. Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Because opening the ancient ruin requires 4 keys. The 3 of us each have 1 key and the 4th key is in Brother Lu's hands. Han Lu Mu smiled. In my hands. Lu Ming was stunned. Haha, to be honest, Brother Lu, that key was originally on the flying ape. Since you killed the flying ape and took his storage ring, that key is naturally in Brother Lu's hands. Han Lu Mu smiled. So that's how it is. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Brother Lu, did you see a tiger-shaped, palm-sized key in the flying ape's storage ring? Han Lu Mu asked. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, with a move of his hand, a black, palm-sized, tiger-shaped iron token appeared in his hand. Is it this one? Lu Ming asked. When he was sorting out the items, he did find this iron token in the flying ape's storage ring. However, he didn't know what it was used for, so he threw it aside. Could it be an ancient ruin key? It's this one. Han Lu Mu and the others were overjoyed when they saw it. Then their hands glowed and a dragon-shaped iron token, a tortoise-shaped iron token, and a phoenix-shaped iron token respectively appeared in their hands. The 4 keys have been gathered. That ancient ruin can finally be opened. Han Lu Mu was overjoyed. Chapter 392. It turned out that they had stumbled upon an ancient ruin. According to speculation, it was the cave of an expert from the Dongming ancient battlefield. However, the cave was covered with inscriptions, making it impossible to enter. Only by gathering all 4 keys could one enter. Previously, including Flying Ape, 3 people had arrived. They had been waiting for Wu Hui from Bright Beauty Peak. Until today, Wu Hui from Bright Beauty Peak had arrived. However, the tiger-shaped key had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. That was why they had come to find Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. That made sense. Brother Lu, now that you have the tiger-shaped key, you naturally have a share of the ancient ruin. How about we explore it together? Han Liu Mu said. All right, when do we depart? Lu Ming asked. In a few hours we can depart. Han Liu Mu and the others were overjoyed. Brother Lu, you can make some preparations. We'll meet outside the city in 3 hours. Yi Tianan said. Lu Ming nodded. Then everyone dispersed. Lu Ming casually strolled around and returned to his previous room. He closed his eyes and rested. 3 hours later, his figure flashed and headed outside the city. When he arrived outside the city, he noticed that Han Liu Mu, Wu Hui, and Yi Tianan had already arrived. There were a total of 100 people from the 3 forces. And Lu Ming was alone, which made him seem quite special. If Lu Ming had not killed the flying ape in a domineering manner a few days ago and displayed shocking combat abilities, most probably no one would take him seriously. Brother Lu, you're here. Han Liu Mu was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded and said, Then let's depart. Immediately, more than 100 people rose into the air and flew towards the north. 4 hours later, they had already flown for more than 100,000 miles. The surrounding environment was getting more and more remote. There were mountains and ridges everywhere. After flying for another few thousand miles, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was endless, like a sleeping dragon. The group landed at the top of the mountain range. At the foot of the mountain there was a huge stone door. The stone door was tightly shut. This is the ancient era's ruin. That stone door is the entrance. However, even after using all of our strength, we were unable to break open the stone door by even a tiny bit. We could only use the key to activate the inscriptions on the 4 statues to enter. Han Liu Mu pointed in front of the stone door. Lu Ming looked in that direction. True enough, he saw 4 statues outside the stone door. The 4 statues were the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. It corresponded to their 4 keys. Lu Ming, Han Lu Mu, Yi Tianan, and Wu Hui looked at each other and flew forward. Lu Ming arrived in front of the white tiger statue. Then, a metal plate appeared in each of their hands. Open. The four of them shouted and activated their true chi. Their true chi poured into the iron plate. The four metal plates immediately emitted a hazy radiance. In the next moment, the four statues also began to emit light. Inscriptions appeared one after another, flowing with brilliant colors. The glow of the statue and the glow of the four iron medallions resonated with each other. Then, the light from the four statues gathered together and shot toward the stone door. Crack crack. When the light hit the stone door, it began to emit cracking sounds and slowly opened. Aha, the ancient era's ruin has opened. We didn't wait for nothing. At this moment, an excited laugh came from the distant sky. Numerous black figures were rapidly approaching from afar. Not good, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We've been targeted. Han Lu Mu's face changed. They're from the Serene Demon Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In the distant sky, the figures that were flying over at high speed were all dressed in black skeleton robes. Wasn't that the uniform of the Serene Devil Hall? Serene Demon Palace, it's the Serene Demon Palace. The geniuses from Hangu Radiant Peak and the other two forces exclaimed. Since you opened the ancient era's ruin, I can let you go. Hurry up and get lost. A cold voice came from afar. The people from the Serene Demon Palace were very fast. At first they were still dozens of miles away, but now they were close and would arrive soon. Yee. Lu Ming sneered and reached out to grab the tiger-shaped key. His figure flashed and rushed toward the stone door like lightning. Who is it? Damn it, how dare you rush in? You're courting death. A furious roar could be heard. It's him? I can see that he killed a few of our junior brothers. One of them sent me an image. Is that brat? A cold voice sounded. Let's rush in too. Han Lu Mu gritted his teeth and rushed toward the stone door. Then Yi Tianan and No Return's forces rushed toward the stone door. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it only took a few breaths. Whoosh, whoosh. When Yi Tianan and the others rushed through the stone door, more than 100 figures appeared in front of the stone door. They were all experts from the Serene Demon Palace. The person in the lead was slender and had a cold expression. His body exuded a terrifying aura. His aura was several times stronger than the flying ape. Charge! The cold youth ordered. In an instant, more than 100 people from the Serene Demon Palace rushed through the stone door. But once they entered the stone door, they couldn't help but stop. This was because there were 4 paths in front of them. They didn't know where they led. Eldest senior brother, what should we do? A 2-meter-tall young man looked at the cold-looking young man. This cold youth was the strongest expert from the Serene Demon Palace, Yu Feiyu. Split up and chase. Junior brother Feisher, you take some people and chase this path. Junior brother Fei, you take some people and chase this path. Yu Feiyu immediately ordered. Okay, I'll make whoever takes this path regret it. The tall youth shouted coldly and led 20 youths to the leftmost path. There was a path with a white tiger carved on it, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others from the Serene Demon Palace also led their people and chased after the 3 paths. Once Lu Ming dashed through the stone door, he dashed toward the leftmost path without hesitation. It was the path with the white tiger engraved on it. The path was very long. After rushing for more than 10 miles, he found something strange. There were a few stone rooms on both sides of the path. Lu Ming walked in and took a look. He was a little disappointed. From these stone rooms, it wasn't difficult to tell that this should be an alchemy room. However, too much time had passed and everything inside had turned to dust. Even the alchemy furnace had decayed and nothing was left. Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to move forward. Suddenly his body came to an abrupt stop. This was because he felt as if his body had suddenly become many times heavier. It was as if there was an endless pressure acting on his body. There's an inscription array in this area that produces an extremely strong pressure. It's not easy to walk, let alone fly. Lu Ming thought to himself. He tensed his body and circulated his true chi to resist the pressure outside and continued to move forward. However, this greatly reduced Lu Ming's speed. Chapter 393. Lu Ming walked onto the platform and felt a wave of hot air blowing against his face. It was as if he was in a furnace. There was a deep pit in front of the platform and the path ahead was blocked. In the deep pit, scorching heat waves were constantly rising. Lu Ming walked to the edge of the platform and realized that the deep pit was circular and had a diameter of at least 1,000 meters. There were flames at the bottom of the pit. The strange thing was that the flames had 3 colors. The flames danced in the air and were dazzling. Is this the tricolored primordial flame? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Tricolored primordial flame was a special flame in heaven and earth. It was much more magical than ordinary flames and was much more powerful. There was another platform on the opposite side of the deep pit. There was a passageway in front of the platform that led to an unknown place. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. If he was outside, he would be able to cross the distance of 1,000 meters with a slight sway of his body. But here he was suppressed by the inscription array. He could not even cross 100 meters, let alone 1,000 meters. Lu Ming then found 2 chains on the left and right sides of the deep pit. Could it be that I crossed through these 2 chains? Lu Ming pondered. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment there was a rush of footsteps. Then, more than 20 youths from the Serene Demon Hall appeared. The leader was the tall youth Yu Feisher. When Yu Feisher saw Lu Ming, he immediately roared, "Brat, senior brother Feiyu said that you killed many disciples of the Serene Demon Hall. How dare you kill disciples of the Serene Demon Hall? You're courting death." Then, together with the tall youth, the 21 youths rushed toward Lu Ming. Each of the 21 youths exuded a powerful aura. Especially the leader, Yu Feisher, whose aura was extremely terrifying. Early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming frowned. Yu Feisher's cultivation had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. The other 3 youths had reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Their auras were even stronger than Fei Yuan's. Lu Ming did not doubt that each of them was a Battle 3 genius. Other than these 4 people, the remaining dozen or so people were not weak either. 21 people quickly closed in on Lu Ming. Die, brat. Yu Feisher revealed a sinister smile as a brilliant sword light shot towards Lu Ming. There was no doubt that his terrifying attack power was displayed. He was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Don't take it head-on. Lu Ming's mind raced. An early-stage martial ancestor realm 8th layer martial ancestor realm cultivator, in addition to the triple battle genius, had surpassed him in terms of battle prowess. If he were to take the attack head-on, he would be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's figure flashed, trying to avoid the sword light. Chi-chi. In the next moment, the sound of air being torn apart was heard as dozens of sword lights enveloped him. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and space trembled. Bang! Bang! More than a dozen sword lights instantly shattered, but there were still a few sword lights that stubbornly held on and continued to slash towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously. Puchi. There was still a sword light that hit him, leaving a sword wound on his chest that was bleeding profusely. Underworld demonic life and death sword. Die. Yu Feisher shouted as he slashed out with his sword. 1 black and 1 white sword light shot out, enveloping Lu Ming. There was no way to avoid it. This sword had completely locked onto Lu Ming, and there was no way to avoid it. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and a huge palm print blasted forward. Bang. First, it was the black sword light that emitted a sharp killing intent that collided with the Heaven's Path palm print. With a loud boom, the black sword light dissipated, but the Heaven's Path palm print was also pierced through. The white sword light flashed and continued to attack Lu Ming. Block it. His long spear shook, and the spear light shot out like a dragon. Boom. The spear light and sword chi swept out in all directions. The demon banishing spear in Lu Ming's hand actually bent, and an extremely powerful force surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated. Behind him was the deep pit that contained the tricolored primordial fire. Lu Ming's body floated out of the platform, and his body was suspended in the air. Below him, a scorching aura surged up. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a chain formed from true chi wrapped around the iron chains on both sides of the deep pit. Still want to struggle? Die. Yu Feisher slashed out a few more sword chi, aiming at Lu Ming's true chi chain. Puchi. The true chi chain was cut apart, and Lu Ming's body fell rapidly into the deep pit. You dare to kill someone from the Serene Demon Palace, and you'll be buried in a sea of fire. Consider yourself lucky. Yu Feisher watched as Lu Ming's body disappeared into the sea of fire, and he sneered. The tricolored primordial fire's temperature was terrifying. It was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary flames. Lu Ming used his true chi to block it, but it was useless. His true chi began to burn. One should know that he cultivated the true chi of the true dragon of combat arts, which was much stronger than ordinary true chi. If he could not block it, ordinary true chi would be burned to ashes in an instant. Even so, Lu Ming could not hold on for long. Endless tricolored primordial fire burned fiercely in all directions, and it was extremely hot. Lu Ming's true chi was rapidly depleted, and some parts of his true chi were even burned through. The scorching flames surged in, and Lu Ming's body made sizzling sounds. If his body had not reached rank 6 upper tier, He would have been burned to a crisp. What should I do? If this goes on, I'll die. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. It was difficult to fly here. Lu Ming's body kept falling, and the lower he fell, the stronger the tricolored primordial fire became. If this went on, he would not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, something strange happened. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and something suddenly rushed out. It's the stone egg. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't the stone egg that had rushed out of his glabella the heaven gate in the Xinjiang water region? He could sense a weak life aura from this stone egg. However, Lu Ming had used all kinds of methods but could not make this stone egg react at all. Lu Ming had thought that this was a useless egg. But now, the stone egg had rushed out of the Temple of Paragon. Most importantly, he had placed the stone egg in the Temple of Paragon, and the stone egg had rushed out of the Temple of Paragon on its own. This was incredible. Buzz. The stone egg flew out and floated above Lu Ming's head. It shook slightly, and immediately, a cool aura spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Immediately, Lu Ming felt that the flames around him had retreated, and he felt cool all over without any heat. Although he was still falling, the tricolored primordial fire could no longer hurt him. His body continued to fall, and in the blink of an eye, he had fallen a few thousand meters. Suddenly, the surroundings changed, and Lu Ming rushed out of the tricolored primordial fire's area. Dozens of meters below, Lu Ming saw the ground. He flew down and landed on the ground. He looked up, and there seemed to be a barrier dozens of meters above, blocking the tricolored primordial fire. Where is this? Then Lu Ming looked around. Chapter 394. He found that the ground under his feet was not ordinary ground, but a kind of metal. It was a dark red metal with strange patterns engraved on it. The whole ground was made of this metal. Lu Ming walked to the side. After about 600 meters he saw a wall. The wall was also made of this metal with patterns of flowers and plants engraved on it. Clang. Lu Ming took out a level 4 battle saber from a storage ring and slashed at the metal wall. The battle saber shook and bounced away. There was not even a mark on the metal wall. This can't be an alchemy furnace, right? Suddenly Lu Ming had a bold guess. The whole deep pit and the surrounding metal walls made Lu Ming think of an alchemy furnace. An alchemy furnace with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and a depth of several thousand meters. At the thought of this, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. What kind of elixir was such a huge alchemy furnace used to refine? Buzz. At this time, the stone egg shook and flew in a direction. Lu Ming just realized that there was still the stone egg. Just now, Lu Ming's attention was attracted and he forgot about the stone egg. This time, the stone egg seemed to have come to life like a living creature, which made Lu Ming very surprised. He had spent a lot of effort before, but there was no movement at all. Is there something here that attracted the stone egg? Thinking of this, Lu Ming chased after it. When he came to the center of the deep pit, the stone egg soared into the sky. The surface of the stone egg was filled with a strange aura, and the tricolored true fire actually avoided it. The tricolored true fire avoided it, and a vacuum area was revealed. A golden elixir the size of a longan was suspended there. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. There was actually an elixir here? Moreover, this elixir looked too extraordinary. It was golden all over, like the legendary Great Tao Golden Elixir. On the surface of the elixir, there were real dragons and divine phoenixes flying around. It was very mysterious. Most importantly, Lu Ming felt that this pill contained an endless amount of energy essence. It was definitely a supreme treasure pill. Could it be that such a large pill furnace was used to refine this pill? Could it be that the stone egg's abnormality was also due to this pill? Obviously the answer was yes. The stone egg crazily rushed to the side of the pill. Its round body was actually trembling slightly as if it was excited. Then a crack suddenly appeared on the stone egg. Like a mouth, it swallowed the golden pill in one gulp. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then he wailed, "No, at least leave some for me." His cries were incomparably miserable. That pill was clearly a supreme treasure pill. Who knew how many years had passed, but its spiritual essence was still intact. From this point alone, one could tell how terrifying it was. If he took it out, it would definitely be worth a lot. But now it had been swallowed by the stone egg. Wastrel! Lu Ming roared. Kacha kacha. The stone egg chewed on the pill as if it was eating candy. Kacha kacha sounds could be heard. At the next moment, Lu Ming saw traces of golden powder floating down from the stone egg. This was a trace of residue accidentally leaked out when it was chewing the pill. These fragments also rippled with powerful spiritual essence fluctuations. I can't waste it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He controlled the Nine Dragons' bloodline, opened his mouth and instantly sucked the residue into his mouth. Boom. Boom. When the residue was sucked into his mouth, Lu Ming felt as if thousands of volcanoes had erupted all of a sudden. Endless energy essence burst out, and the Nine Dragons' bloodline swelled up like a balloon, almost bursting. Endless energy crazily swept over. It was really too powerful. Lu Ming was almost scared to death. He then shouted, "Refine, refine for me." He controlled the Nine Dragons' bloodline and frantically tried his best to refine it. Huff huff. The Nine Dragons' bloodline was 100 meters long in the shape of a flood dragon. At that moment, it had turned into a fat worm that had become round and bulging. A vast amount of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. This energy was extremely pure. There was almost no need to refine it and it was converted into genuine qi. The cyclone in his dantian spun crazily. Lu Ming's cultivation started to soar crazily. Originally, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Now it was rising rapidly. In a few breaths' time, he had reached the late 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. However, he had no intention of stopping and continued to soar. No, the energy is too strong. I can't convert it in time. Lu Ming realized that the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as the speed of the energy surging into his body. The majestic energy brought great pressure to his physical body and meridians. It was as if they were about to explode. Absorb, the bloodline is also absorbing. Lu Ming did not care anymore. He controlled the Nine Dragons' bloodline and frantically absorbed the energy. With the absorption of the bloodline, the pressure on Lu Ming's body finally decreased. However, the speed of his cultivation was still terrifying. In just 1 minute, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. At that moment, the Nine Dragons' bloodline roared and 3 silver chakras appeared on his body. Level 3 King Class Bloodline. The Nine Dragons' bloodline had leveled up. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This elixir might contain the blood essence of a supreme being. Otherwise, the Nine Dragons' bloodline would not be able to level up. Lu Ming pondered. That was because ordinary energy could not level up the bloodline. However, this was a good thing. When the Nine Dragons' bloodline leveled up, the devouring and refining power would be stronger and the refining speed would be faster. Boom. 2 minutes later, Lu Ming's body shook and the cyclone spun crazily. 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by an entire level. This was simply unbelievable. However, it was not over yet. It was still going on. After a while, the Nine Dragons' bloodline roared again and another silver chakra appeared on his body. Level 4 King Class Bloodline. The Nine Dragons' bloodline had leveled up again. If this was seen by others, they would probably be scared to death. Whoosh, whoosh. After leveling up twice, the Nine Dragons' bloodline finally withstood the pressure. Although its body was still round, it was no longer in danger of exploding. The leveling up continued. The early stage of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm, the middle stage of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Before long, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. At that moment, the Nine Dragons' bloodline had leveled up again and reached the 5th stage of the king class. It's time to level up the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming had an idea. He began to control the Nine Dragons' bloodline and transfer a large amount of energy to the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming always felt that the 2nd bloodline was extraordinary. There was a huge stone tablet with fog on it. There seemed to be words on it, but they could not be seen clearly. Lu Ming repeatedly tried to comprehend something from the stone tablet, but he always felt that he was blocked by a mysterious force and could not comprehend it. Now, the 2nd bloodline could only enhance Lu Ming's strength and defense. Chapter 395. Lu Ming was looking forward to the 2nd bloodline because it was awakened in his body, unlike the Nine Dragons' bloodline, which was awakened with the Nine Dragons' blood essence. With the influx of surging energy, the chakra of the 2nd bloodline shone brighter and brighter. The energy of the Nine Dragons' bloodline was about to be exhausted. A few more minutes passed. The 2nd bloodline vibrated and made a buzzing sound. On the basis of the original 4 silver chakras, the 5th chakra was condensed. The 2nd bloodline was promoted to the 5th tier of the king class. When the 2nd bloodline was promoted to the 5th tier of the king class, the fog on the stone tablet seemed to have faded a little. However, the words on the stone tablet could not be seen clearly. He could only vaguely make out that there were 3 words. At this moment, there was a roar in Lu Ming's body. An extremely powerful aura soared into the sky and made a big hole in the 3-colored genuine fire above his head. The 8th tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Lu Ming broke through and reached the early stage of the 8th tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. At this time, the energy of the elixir residue was finally completely refined. Whoosh! Lu Ming opened his eyes and 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes and shot hundreds of meters away. The 8th tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm is too powerful. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he felt that the genuine qi in his body was more than 10 times stronger than before. Not only that, but even the 2 bloodlines were continuously upgraded and reached the 5th tier of the king class. This saved Lu Ming a lot of blood essence. Moreover, the 9 Dragons bloodline had upgraded by 3 levels and its devouring power was more than 10 times stronger. When it was used, the effect on others would be greatly enhanced. What kind of elixir is that? Its efficacy is too terrifying. It's just a little residue, but it can make my cultivation and bloodline improve crazily. How terrifying would it be if it was a whole elixir? Thinking of this, Lu Ming hurriedly looked up. A stone egg the size of a human head floated in the air, emitting an intense light. What was different from before was that the stone egg was now emitting a dense life force. It was not like before when there was only a sliver of life force. What kind of egg is this? It can refine a whole elixir. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. He had only refined a small amount of residue and he almost exploded. If he were to consume the entire elixir, he had no doubt that he would explode instantly. However, the stone egg could refine the whole elixir, which was really strange. The vitality in the stone egg was getting stronger and stronger. What on earth is inside? Is it going to hatch? Lu Ming thought to himself as he looked at the stone egg with anticipation. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After the stone egg emitted a burst of bright light, it quickly quieted down. To the stone egg. He didn't even hatch the pill. He refined an entire pill and yet he didn't show off? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At this moment, the stone egg floated down slowly and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tried to lift it, but it did not budge. Why is it so heavy? To the stone egg. Isn't this too heavy? Previously it was only about 1,000,000 kilograms. Now it's at least 10 million kilograms. Lu Ming was shocked. What kind of egg is this? It's unbelievably heavy. Lu Ming wanted to keep the stone egg in the Temple of Paragon, but the stone egg didn't move in his hand. No way. I can't keep it. Lu Ming was speechless. He continued to try but gave up after a while. He could keep it in the Temple of Paragon before, but now he couldn't even keep it in the Temple of Paragon, let alone a storage ring. It was useless. Don't tell me that I'm going to have to carry this stone egg that weighs tens of thousands of kilograms everywhere in the future? Then I'll die of exhaustion. Lu Ming widened his eyes and stared at the stone egg. He was speechless. But he couldn't bear to throw the stone egg away. The stone egg was too strange. Lu Ming couldn't bear to throw it away. Buzz. At that moment, the stone egg in Lu Ming's hand moved. It shone faintly and flew a few rounds in the air. At the same time, the stone egg shrunk rapidly. In the end, it shrunk to the size of a fingertip and landed on a strand of hair beside Lu Ming's ear. It hung on his hair and swayed. He couldn't feel its weight at all. This works too? Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a while he was overjoyed. This was good too. It solved a big problem for him. Now, people from the Serene Demon Palace, wait for me. Lu Ming looked up with bright eyes. Immediately, Lu Ming walked to the side of the pill furnace and climbed up along the pill furnace wall. There was an inscription array here so he couldn't fly. Lu Ming climbed up along the wall like an ape. When he entered the 3-colored primordial fire, the stone egg on his hair shone faintly and a cool feeling spread throughout his body. The 3-colored primordial fire had no effect on Lu Ming. Soon Lu Ming passed through the flames and returned to the platform. There was no one there. The people from the Serene Demon Palace must have entered the passage ahead along the 2 chains. Lu Ming moved. He stepped on the chains and rushed to the opposite side. When he reached the opposite side he rushed forward. After a few miles, Lu Ming felt his body lighten. The pressure around him disappeared and Lu Ming could fly again. Whoosh! Lu Ming's speed increased by dozens of times and he rushed forward. In a few breaths, he rushed through the long passage. In front of him there was a shout. Quick, quick, dig up these spirit herbs. Some of them are extinct in the outside world. If we bring them back to the sect to sell, they will be invaluable. A rough voice was heard. It was the voice of the tall youth from the Serene Demon Palace. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed out and a wide grassland came into view. The grassland was hundreds of acres wide and there were all kinds of spirit herbs on it. At a glance, there were level 1, level 2, level 3 and all the way to level 4 spirit herbs. There were all kinds of them and they were full of vitality. Some of them were strange and Lin Fan had never seen them before. Medicinal field, this was a real medicinal field. However, there were no traces of level 5 spirit herbs. It's you? Lu Ming rushed out and naturally alarmed the people from the Serene Demon Palace. More than 20 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, they were stunned. Kid, you fell into the 3-colored primordial fire and you didn't die. Yu Feisher exclaimed in disbelief. If you didn't die, how could I? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his eyes turned cold. Haha kid, I don't know if I should call you stupid or brainless. I don't know what method you used to escape from the 3-colored primordial fire, but since you escaped, you didn't take the opportunity to escape. Instead you came here to die. You're the only one in the world. Yu Feisher laughed loudly. His tone was filled with disdain. Laugh all you want. You're about to die. There's no harm in laughing a little longer. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Kid, you're the one who's about to die. Clang. With a cold shout, a sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Chapter 396. Other than Yu Feisher, he was one of the most powerful experts from the Serene Demon's Hall. He was at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm and a triple battle talent. He was even more powerful than Fei Yuan. As the sword radiance flashed, the space trembled. First one. Lu Ming muttered. He moved his hand and his genuine chi formed a long spear. He thrust it at his opponent. Bam. As the long spear swept past, the sword radiance collapsed like a piece of tofu. The spear hit the expert hard. Bam. In an instant, the expert's eyeballs popped out. Before he could even scream, his body exploded. His flesh and bones were stimulated by the force and pierced through the experts from the Serene Demon's Hall. How could this be? Watch out. The people from the Serene Demon's Hall were shocked. Then chaos ensued. Their genuine chi exploded to block the flesh and bones that were piercing through them. Poof, poof. It was as if bullets had hit their bodies. Instantly, more than a dozen disciples from the Serene Demon's Hall who were weaker had bloody holes in their bodies. They fell to the ground and screamed. How could this be? Yu Feisher shouted in disbelief. He had killed a triple battle talent who was at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm in one move and severely injured more than a dozen experts. How could this be possible? Even he could not do it. I have to thank you for this. Under the 3-colored genuine fire, I had a fortuitous encounter and my cultivation sword. Lu Ming looked at Yu Feisher and said with a faint smile. No, it's impossible. Yu Feisher shouted. He could not accept this. He had wanted to kill Lu Ming, but instead, he had helped Lu Ming and allowed him to have a fortuitous encounter. How could there be such a thing in the world? When he thought of this, he was so depressed that he wanted to go crazy. Die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Boom. His figure moved and he took a step forward. 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. An unimaginable force exploded from Lu Ming's feet. Block it. Block it for me. Yu Feisher roared and joined forces with the remaining 5 or 6 people to block with all their might. However, everything was in vain under Lu Ming's attack. Bam. 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 Apart from Yu Feisher, the other disciples of the Serene Devil Palace screamed as their bodies exploded, including those who were injured. Brr. The bloodline of the 9 dragons flew out and devoured everyone's essence blood. Yu Feisher's situation was not much better. Under Lu Ming's attack, many of his bones were broken. He lay on the ground like a pile of mud. How could this be? Yu Feisher roared, finding it hard to bear. Lu Ming actually killed him because of his fortuitous encounter. This was simply too laughable. He really wanted to roar at the sky and ask the heavens why they were treating him like this. What's your name? You can go now. Lu Ming coldly said. With a flick of his finger, a spear light flew out and pierced Yu Feisher's throat. Lu Ming was now in the early stage of the 8th realm of the martial ancestor realm. He was close to being a Battle 5 genius. Killing Yu Feisher and the others was as easy as cutting grass. After killing Yu Feisher, Xiao Qin devoured his essence blood and put away the storage ring of the Netherworld Demon Palace disciple. Then Lu Ming looked around. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs in the herb field. However, they were all level 1, level 2 and level 3 spiritual herbs. The highest was level 4. Although there were some rare spiritual herbs, they were too low level and were not of much use to Lu Ming. Why aren't there any level 5 spiritual herbs? Lu Ming pondered. Then he took out Yu Feisher's storage ring and looked at it. He was overjoyed. There were more than a dozen level 5 spiritual herbs in Yu Feisher's storage ring. They emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. It was not that there were no level 5 spiritual herbs here, but that they had been dug up by Yu Feisher and the others. After taking another look at those low-level spirit herbs, Lu Ming began to pluck some of the level 4 spirit herbs. As for the low-level spiritual herbs, Lu Ming could not be bothered to pick them up. Even if there were less of them in the outside world, Lu Ming was not an inscription master and did not know how to plant them. After digging them up they would probably die. After plucking the level 4 spirit herb, Lu Ming's figure moved and he headed forward. There was a passage at the end of the herb field. Lu Ming rushed into the passage and disappeared. At this time, in the depths of the ruin, there was a huge bronze palace. The gates of the bronze palace were tightly shut. At the entrance, there were 4 small statues of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. They were about 1 meter tall. At this time, there were more than 100 people gathered in front of the bronze statues. Han Liumu, Yi Tianan, Wu Hui, and the others were among them. But at this time they were in a sorry state. Especially Han Liumu, Yi Tianan, and the others. There were many injuries on their bodies. Their auras were weak and their faces were pale. The 3 factions originally had more than 100 people, but now there were only a few dozen people left. The others were all disciples of the Serene Demon Palace in black robes. They surrounded Han Liumu and the others. "Yu Feiyu, we've given you the key to this ruin. Now can you let us go?" Han Liumu looked at the leader of the Serene Demon Palace. This person was the strongest disciple of the Serene Demon Palace, Yu Feiyu. "Let you go? There are only 3 of the 4 symbols keys. We're still missing the white tiger key. Before the 4 keys are gathered, don't even think about leaving." Yu Feiyu sneered. "We've already said that the white tiger key is not with us." Han Liumu gritted his teeth. "I don't care about that. You came in together. Without the 4 keys you can't enter the bronze palace. Stay here obediently." Yu Feiyu said indifferently. His tone was unquestionable. "Damn it, Yu Feiyu, don't go too far. You've already killed so many of our people. Now that we've given you the keys, you want to go back on your words?" Yi Tianan roared. "Haha." Yu Feiyu sneered. His eyes were filled with mockery. "So what if I'm bullying you? Can you resist? In this world the weak have no right to speak. Right now your fates are in my hands. Whether I let you go or not depends on my mood. Do you understand?" Yu Feiyu looked down at Han Liumu, Yi Tianan, and the others. His tone was filled with arrogance. "Kiki," Han Liumu gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. Humiliation. Incomparable humiliation filled their hearts. They were on the verge of exploding. However, they knew that if they resisted they would die. Thus they could only endure it. Yu Feiyu glanced at Han Liumu and the others. Then he looked at the passage on the left and frowned. Yu Feiyu still hadn't arrived. This made him somewhat unhappy. "What's wrong with Yu Feiyu? He took so long to deal with a small fry. This guy is getting more and more unreliable." A big-nosed youth beside Yu Feiyu said. "Maybe he's delayed by something." Another person said. "Could he have been killed?" "Hehe, senior brother Feiyu, let me go check the situation." Chapter 397. N. Yu Feiyu nodded and ordered, "Junior Fei, go and check the situation. Find Junior Feiyu and tell him to bring the white tiger key to meet us." "Yes." The big-nosed young man cupped his fists and was about to leave. At this moment a voice rang out. "No need. Your junior brothers won't be able to come." "Who is it?" Yu Fei shouted coldly. Yu Feiyu and the others couldn't help but look at the passage on the left. A young man who was not even 20 years old walked out. "Lu Ming. Brother Lu." Han Liumu, Yi Tianan, and the others exclaimed when they saw the young man. This young man was Lu Ming. He followed the passage in the herb field and arrived here. When he arrived, he heard the conversation between Yu Feiyu and the others. "It's you? Kid, you're still alive?" The big-nosed young man shouted coldly. "Nonsense, of course I'm still alive. Are you blind?" Lu Ming curled his lips and reprimanded. "You." The big-nosed young man's breathing stagnated and his eyes flashed with killing intent. "Kid, it seems like Yu Feiyu and the others didn't find you and let you escape. However, you came here. This is your fate. No one can save you. Hurry up and hand over the white tiger key. I'll give you a quick death." The big-nosed young man scolded with a haughty expression. "There was a big guy who was as arrogant as you. In the end I sent him on his way. It seems like I'll have to send you on your way too." Lu Ming smiled faintly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "What? You killed Yu Feiyu? Shameless boasting. I'd like to see how strong you are." The big-nosed young man stepped forward and his sword flashed. A cold sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as fast as lightning. 8th-stage martial ancestor realm. This big-nosed young man was no weaker than Yu Feiyu. With a flick of his finger, the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. Just as Lu Ming was about to sweep out with his spear, at this moment, the stone egg hanging in his hair suddenly flew out and turned into the size of a human head. It ignored the sword light and sword aura, rushed past it, and smashed into the big-nosed young man's face. It just so happened to hit the big-nosed young man's nose. Gotcha. The big-nosed young man screamed and fell to the ground. Whoosh. The stone egg flew back and floated in front of Lu Ming, bouncing back and forth like a mischievous rubber ball. He seemed to be extremely excited. Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Yu Feiyu, Han Liumu, and the others were dumbfounded. Is this even possible? What kind of stone is this? Lu Ming threw out a stone, and it actually injured the big-nosed youth with a single strike. What kind of treasure was this? At this moment, the big-nosed young man was lying on the ground, screaming in agony. His face was covered in blood, and the area around his nose had completely caved in. Even his facial features could not be seen clearly. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. How pitiful. This stone egg. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand wanting to grab the stone egg. Unexpectedly, the stone egg was very lively. It jumped a few times in the air and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not feel any weight at all. Haha, the stone egg is so lively. What is it? Lu Ming was even more curious. He suddenly felt that the pill had not been wasted. Attack together. Be careful of that stone egg. Yu Feiyu gave the order, looking at the stone egg on Lu Ming's shoulder with a grave expression. He was not confident that he could defeat the big-nosed young man with a single strike. Whoosh, whoosh. With a flash, the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace surrounded Lu Ming and looked at the stone egg with fear. None of them wanted to be hit like that. As for Lu Ming, they instinctively ignored him. As for Han Liumu and the others, their eyes flickered with hope. They had already given up hope. Even though Lu Ming had arrived, they did not have much hope. They knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was about the same as theirs. It was impossible for him to be a match for the experts of the Netherworld Demon Palace. However, they did not expect that Lu Ming would throw out a stone egg and defeat the big-nosed young man with a single strike. This gave them hope. The stone egg on his shoulder glowed. Whoosh. Suddenly, the stone egg flew out again and smashed toward a 7th-stage martial ancestor realm genius. The genius was shocked. He roared and unleashed his full strength. His bloodline power and true chi erupted as he set up a dozen defenses. However, it was useless. Bang. The stone egg instantly passed through the defenses and smashed into the young man's head. The young man screamed as his head cracked open like a watermelon. He fell to the ground and died. A one-hit kill. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Especially the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace. Their faces were filled with fear. Even Yu Feiyu was shocked and fearful. Whoosh. After killing one of them, the stone egg flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and jumped around excitedly. Let's attack together. That stone egg can only deal with one person at a time. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. Then the stone egg will become an ownerless object and we won't be afraid of it. Yu Feiyu shouted. Kill. Kill. 70 to 80 disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace charged toward Lu Ming. Instantly, 70 to 80 rays of sword chi surrounded Lu Ming from all directions. The space around them boiled and was stirred up by the sword chi. The power of 70 to 80 geniuses attacking at the same time was too shocking. Then, all of you can die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's second bloodline power was unleashed, greatly increasing his strength. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline power flew out and opened its mouth to roar. A terrifying devouring power erupted and enveloped the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace. Suddenly, not good. My bloodline power is leaving my body. My essence blood is unstable. It's going to rush out of my body. The disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace screamed in fear. In an instant, the sword chi became chaotic. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly and his 9 dragons' bloodline power had risen by 3 levels, how terrifying was his devouring power. Those whose cultivation levels were lower than Lu Ming's were almost unable to control their bloodline power and were sucked out of their bodies. They were unable to unleash much of their combat strength. 9 dragons stomping the sky. At that moment, Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. Boom. The entire space trembled. Then, bam, bam. The disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace exploded like rotten potatoes. Drops of essence blood flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline power. 81 people. With this stomp, 81 people were killed. Only Yu Feiyu and 3 other disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace were still alive. The 3 of them were all martial ancestor realm 8 and above, but they were half dead. Even Yu Feiyu was in the same state. He was the #1 genius of the Netherworld Demon Palace. His cultivation level had reached the mid-stage martial ancestor realm 8 and his combat strength had surpassed that of the 3 battle geniuses. However, under Lu Ming's stomp, he was still severely injured. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. How could this be? How could this be? Yu Feiyu screamed hysterically as if he had gone mad. He found it hard to accept this. With one move, the most elite disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace were all killed. How could he be so powerful? Chapter 398. Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength all this time? Yu Feiyu felt like he was dreaming. Brother, let me go. Please let me go. I can give you everything I have. Yu Feiyu cried out. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. He was the strongest among the younger generation of the Serene Devil Hall, and he would definitely inherit the position of Hall Master of the Serene Devil Hall in the future. He would become the overlord of a large region, ruling over vast mountains and rivers, millions of citizens and countless beauties. He could get whatever he wanted. With such a great future in front of him, how could he be willing to die? Compared to his life, what was face? Let you go? After I kill you, won't your belongings be mine? Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I know of a treasure. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Yu Feiyu cried out. On the side, Han Liumu, Yi Tianan, and the others watched this scene with complicated feelings. Yu Feiyu, who was high and mighty and controlled their lives, was now begging for mercy in front of Lu Ming like a dog. How quickly the world changed, it was truly miraculous. This was the change brought about by strength. In the martial world, the strong were supreme. Only the strong could rule over everything. It was no wonder that most cultivators wanted to increase their cultivation, not hesitating to take risks. Treasure? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then tell me the location of the treasure first. Promise to let me go first, then I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Yu Feiyu cried out, his eyes flickering. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be interested in the treasure, his heart was filled with hope. He was thinking about how to negotiate with Lu Ming. But in the next moment, whoosh, a spear light shot out, piercing through Yu Feiyu's heart. The powerful energy crushed Yu Feiyu's heart. What? Yu Feiyu cried out in despair. His eyes popped out like a dead fish's, filled with disbelief. Even in his dreams, he couldn't understand why Lu Ming would suddenly want to kill him. Wasn't her heart already moved? Let's not talk about whether what you said is true or not. Even if there is such a treasure, I won't let you go. I don't want to leave behind future troubles because of an unknown treasure. A faint voice sounded from Lu Ming's mouth. Yu Feiyu roared unwillingly and stopped breathing. After that, Lu Ming's figure flickered as he killed the remaining disciples of the Serene Devil Palace. At the same time, he did not let go of any of their storage rings and blood essences. On the side, Han Liumu, Yi Tianan, and the others were dumbstruck. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me. Han Liumu stepped forward and cupped his fists at Lu Ming in gratitude. Nothing? I was just passing by, Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he walked towards the entrance of the Bronze Palace. Han Liumu and the others watched from behind and didn't follow. Lu Ming walked to the entrance and waved his hand. Instantly, 4 keys appeared in his hand. Lu Ming didn't return them to Han Liumu and the others. He got them from Yu Feiyu, so naturally they were his spoils of war. He wasn't so kind as to return them to Han Liumu and the others. But as soon as the 4 keys appeared, they aimed at the 4 statues and flew into their mouths. Crack. The entrance of the Bronze Palace slowly opened, revealing the dark environment inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. In a flash, he dashed into the door and disappeared. Behind him, Han Liumu, Yi Tianan, and the others looked at the entrance with uncertain expressions. Brother Han, are we going in? Yi Tianan asked Han Liumu. Han Liumu's eyes flickered as if he was hesitating. After a while he sighed and said, You've all seen Lu Ming's strength. It's unfathomable. I think he was hiding his strength when he fought with the flying ape. He's definitely a peerless monster from some super region. This kind of person's temper is unpredictable. If we go in and make him unhappy, we'll die in his rage. Han Liumu looked at the entrance with fear in his eyes. I agree with Brother Han's opinion. This kind of person isn't someone we can provoke. Let's leave this place. Wu Hui also said. Yi Tianan sighed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Immediately, Han Liumu and the others left one by one. They went back and searched for treasures along the way. There was a deathly silence in the Bronze Hall. After Lu Ming rushed into the entrance, he saw a large hall. There were several large alchemy furnaces in the hall. However, these furnaces were all corroded and had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming walked around the hall but found nothing. There was another bronze door at the back of the hall, but it was closed. Lu Ming pushed hard. With a click, the bronze door opened. There was no need for a key. The bronze door opened and Lu Ming walked in. This was a room that looked like a secret room. It was much smaller than the hall. There were 2 shelves on both sides. On the shelves there were some bottles and jars. In the middle of the room there was an alchemy furnace. On the side there was a table. Lu Ming first walked towards the shelves and picked up the bottles and jars. Unfortunately, although there were pills inside, they had turned into ashes under the corrosion of time. All the pills and spirit medicines were useless. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. He walked toward the table again. On the table there were 2 things. A box made of unknown material. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it was still intact. Lu Ming picked up the box and opened it to take a look. Suddenly he was stunned. In the box there were dozens of crystals. Each of them was about the size of a longan. Moreover, they were divided into many colors. Some were yellow, some were blue, some were red, some were green. The most important thing was that each crystal was emitting a mysterious aura. It was similar to force, but it was many times more mysterious than force. Lu Ming reached out and picked up a fiery red crystal. After carefully examining it, his body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. This is an ultimacy crystal. Haha, this is definitely an ultimacy crystal. Lu Ming almost laughed out loud. He had never imagined that he would be able to find ultimacy crystals here. Moreover, there were dozens of them. An ultimacy crystal was born from the ultimacy of heaven and earth. It would take a long time to produce one. An ultimacy crystal contained a rich intent of heaven and earth. It could be used to comprehend the intent of heaven and earth. After one's force reached perfection, if one used an ultimacy crystal to comprehend intent, one could quickly comprehend true intent. If a martial king used an ultimacy crystal to cultivate, it would greatly speed up the comprehension of intent. It could be said that an ultimacy crystal was a treasure that even a martial king would covet. Ultimacy crystals were divided into various attributes. For example, wind attribute ultimacy crystal, fire attribute ultimacy crystal, thunder attribute ultimacy crystal. However, regardless of the attribute, an ultimacy crystal could be sold for at least 1 billion lower spiritual crystals in the market. Chapter 399. Lu Ming counted carefully. There were a total of 29 ultimacy crystals. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He didn't need anything else. Just these Upanishad crystals were enough to make him rich. Lu Ming closed the box and kept it in the Temple of Paragon. Then Lu Ming picked up the book and flipped it open. This time Lu Ming was a little disappointed. This was not a cultivation technique manual or a martial technique manual. It was a book about alchemy. It seemed that this ruin was the residence of an alchemy master. Everything about it was related to alchemy. Lu Ming did not know much about the Tao of inscription. After flipping through a few pages he put it away. Then he walked toward the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was as tall as a person. It was simple and unadorned. There were various patterns of flowers and plants carved on it. However, it looked black. Although it did not decay like the other alchemy furnaces, it did not seem to have any spirituality. Forget it, I'll keep it first. I might be able to sell it for a good price. Lu Ming smiled and put the alchemy furnace into a storage ring. Lu Ming walked one round and did not find anything. He walked out of the bronze hall and found that Han Liumu and the others were no longer there. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He casually chose a path and walked out. After leaving the ruin, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew back to the city. When Lu Ming returned to the city, he heard a piece of shocking news. The dragon's cave was opened. Dragon's cave? Lu Ming was shocked. The dragon's cave was said to be the nest of a dragon. A long time ago, a true dragon lived there. It was a very famous magical place in the Dongming ancient battlefield. However, the dragon's cave and the surrounding area were all covered by the runes. It could not be opened normally. It was said that even the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace could not open it. The last time it was opened was a few thousand years ago. Now it was opened again? That was a peerless land of treasures. It was said that there were countless spiritual herbs and even secret treasures left behind by the true dragon. Everyone's heart was burning with passion. They all left the city and headed towards the dragon's cave. Dragon's cave. We can't miss it. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes shining brightly. He cultivated the true art of the Dragon of War and the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, awakening the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Everything was related to dragons. Now that he had encountered a dragon's den, how could he miss it? The true dragon battle art had been stuck at the 5th level for a long time, and it was difficult to advance. If he could obtain a treasure related to the true dragon, he might be able to advance to the next level. At that moment, Lu Ming also rose into the air and headed in the direction of the dragon cave. The dragon's den was located in the western part of this place, in a vast mountain range. It was over 1,000,000 li away from this place. Lu Ming sped forward, and when night fell, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Divine Palace. Then he took out the level 5 elixirs he had obtained from Euphrasia and the others. He activated the Myriad Spirits battle body and began to strengthen his physical body. Lu Ming's physical body improved rapidly again. The next day Lu Ming continued on his way. Boom, boom. When Lu Ming passed by a forest, he heard a roar in front of him. There was a battle. Lu Ming moved like a ghost and jumped into the forest. The roar became louder and louder, and Lu Ming quickly approached. He then flew onto a large tree and hid in the leaves, looking forward. Thousands of meters away, more than 100 figures were surrounding a single figure. Jian Fengyun. Lu Ming immediately recognized the figure who was surrounded. It was Jian Fengyun, the genius who was ranked first on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard. Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud, Dao Yen Feishuan. Lu Ming looked around and saw Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud, and the others among the people who had surrounded Jian Fengyun. Not only that, but there were also geniuses from the Thousand River region. Lu Ming saw Li Qiushui Jiang Chun, and a young man who was ranked 18th in the Thousand River region and had left a scar on Jian Fengyun's face. There were also many experts from the Thousand River region that Lu Ming did not know. Jian Fengyun, I advise you to stop struggling. Today you will die. Prince Sky Snake sneered. Sky Snake, you are despicable. How dare you join the Thousand River region and become their lackeys? I, Jian Fengyun, am ashamed to be with you. Jian Fengyun shouted angrily. At this moment, there were more than 10 wounds on his body that were dripping with blood. Jian Fengyun, don't be so harsh with your words. This is called, a wise man submits to circumstances. The geniuses of the Thousand River domain all have the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They are all peerless geniuses. How can we compare to them? Jian Fengyun, if you surrender now, I can help you ask for mercy and spare your life. Prince Sky Snake shouted. Prince Sky Snake was arrogant and thought that he was a rare genius. However, after entering the Dongming ancient battlefield, he realized that he was wrong. There were too many geniuses. Any one of them was not weaker than him, and there were many who were stronger than him. Especially when they encountered the experts of the Thousand River region, he immediately surrendered. Of course, Blue Cloud Dao Yen Feishuan, and the others also surrendered. As the lackeys of the Thousand River region, they killed those who did not surrender on the Emperor Yun list and besieged Jian Fengyun. This Sky Snake is quite suitable as a lackey. In the crowd, a young man in a blue robe with a large river embroidered on it smiled faintly. Brother Wan is right. The reason why I did not kill them was because I thought that using them would allow me to better control the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It is better than killing them. With his talent, he appeared to be very respectful when he stood next to this young man. That's right. The young man in blue nodded. At this moment Jian Fengyun was furious and shouted, Wei Sky Snake, you are shameless and cowardly. Why would I, Jian Fengyun, be afraid of death? You are just a bunch of lackeys. Enough. Young Master Sky Snake shouted angrily. Being called a lackey by Jian Fengyun left and right, young Master Sky Snake's face flushed red. Jian Fengyun, this is all your fault. There's also that bastard Lu Ming. You're blind and audacious. How dare you offend the geniuses of the Qianjiang waters? You're the one who caused all of this. Do you know that? If you had obediently surrendered to the geniuses of the Thousand River region, none of this would have happened today. Young Master Heavenly Snake roared hysterically. That's right, Jian Fengyun. You have only yourselves to blame for this. You failed to recognize Mount Tai, especially that little bastard Lu Ming. He actually dared to injure the elites of the Qianjiang waters. Blue Cloud Dao shouted. Haha, a group of scum. You're shameless. Back then I should have killed all of you with Lu Ming. Jian Fengyun laughed loudly. Jian Fengyun, you don't have the chance now. Prepare to die. And that bastard Lu Ming will die sooner or later. You too will accompany him then. Prince Sky Snake sneered. Is that so? I'm right here. Let's see how you are going to kill me. Chapter 400. A voice was heard and a figure walked out from a tree step by step. The figure was naturally Lu Ming. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed and hundreds of pairs of eyes looked towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you? Young Master Tian Shi Lan Yun Dao, and the rest could not help but exclaim when they saw Lu Ming. "Ah, Lu Ming, I don't know if you're stupid. You actually dared to walk out on your own. I admire your intelligence. But this is good too, it saves us the trouble of looking for you." Blue Cloud said with joy on his face. "Little bastard, are you here to beg for mercy? It's too late to beg for mercy now. How about this, if you agree to be my dog for 20 years, I can ask the supreme talents in Zhenjiang Water region to spare your life." Li Qiushui sneered. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold and vicious gaze. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. He thought that Lu Ming had come out to beg for mercy. However, how could he agree so easily? He wanted to humiliate Lu Ming before he killed him. Where did these retards come from? Lu Ming glanced at Blue Cloud, Li Qiushui and the others and said indifferently. This sentence, coupled with Lu Ming's disdainful expression, almost made Lan Yundao and Li Qiushui's mouths crooked. "Courting death, you're courting death," Li Qiushui roared. "Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. You must expose Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud and the others' shameless actions to the public. Don't let the world be deceived by them." Jian Fengyun shouted. "Don't even think about it." Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao and the others' faces fell. What they had done could not be spread out. Otherwise, there would be no place for them in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Swoosh, swoosh. Prince Heavenly Snake and Blue Cloud said. Ji Ruffing, Yang Liuji and the others moved, pouncing towards Lu Ming. But Lu Ming stood there motionlessly with a faint smile on his face. Figures flashed. Young Master Heavenly Snake and 10 odd people surrounded Lu Ming. "Aha, let's see where you can run now." Young Master Sky Snake sneered. Alas. Seeing this, Jian Fengyun let out a long sigh. There was despair in his eyes. Lu Ming was surrounded. Young Master Heavenly Snake and the rest's despicable actions were no longer spread by anyone. Could it be that the Cloud Emperor mountain range would fall into the hands of these people in the future, and then be easily controlled by the Zhenjiang Water region? Jian Fengyun was truly unwilling to accept this. "Lu Ming, you ran away last time. Let's see how you're going to run this time." Blue Cloud sneered at Lu Ming. "If you have the ability, then come at me. Do you believe that I won't slap you to death?" Lu Ming glanced at Blue Cloud and said. "Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. See how I'll kill you." Lan Yundao shouted with a confident look on his face. Boom. A powerful aura rose from Blue Cloud's body. Early stage martial ancestor realm 7th realm. During this period, Blue Cloud's cultivation had made another breakthrough and reached the early stage martial ancestor realm 7th realm. It was no wonder that he was so confident. "Haha, Lu Ming, die. I'll kill you like killing a chicken." Blue Cloud laughed. Blue light burst out from his body and a resplendent saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. He was indeed much more powerful than before. Everyone in the Zhenjiang Water region sneered and gloated. But in the face of such a saber light, Lu Ming remained motionless. "Don't tell me you're stunned after seeing Blue Cloud's breakthrough." Young Master Heavenly Snake laughed softly. "Die, Lu Ming. Go to hell." Yang Liuji roared. He was about to see Lu Ming die in front of him and he felt extremely comfortable. Ever since he met Lu Ming in the remains of Imperial Yun Palace, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming. He had always hoped that Lu Ming would die. Now, his wish was finally going to come true. Swoosh. The blue saber light was like a blue gem. It was crystal clear and powerful. It was about to hit Lu Ming's head. At that moment, Lu Ming moved. What was even more shocking was that he actually slapped out. Bam. A slap landed on the blue blade light. The blue blade light was like a bunch of fragile bubbles, bursting with a loud bang. Then the slap didn't stop, slapping towards Lan Yundao's face. Smack. A crisp sound rang out and Lan Yundao cried out in pain. His body spun a few times in the air under the force of the slap, and then fell heavily to the ground. Lan Yundao glared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. The next moment, with a poof, Lan Yundao's body was torn into pieces and fresh blood flowed all over the ground. Dead. Blue Cloud was dead. He was slapped to death by Lu Ming. This. Young Master Tianxi, Yang Liuji, Yen Feishuan, and Li Qiushui stared with their eyes bigger than eggs. Their mouths were wide open. How is this possible? You cheated. You must have cheated. After a while, Yang Liuji reacted and shouted hysterically. Blue Cloud, who was many times stronger than him, was slapped to death by Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be so strong? He found it hard to accept. On the other side, Feng Xinyu, the blue-robed young man, and the other geniuses of the Zhenjiang Water region looked solemn. You're just an ant. You're so annoying. I'll send you to accompany him. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Yang Liuji. No. Yang Liuji was horrified. He quickly retreated and was almost scared out of his wits. However, swoosh. A spear radiance burst out and pierced through Yang Liuji's throat. Yang Liuji held his throat tightly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. In the end he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the others. Young Master Tianxi and the others were shocked. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. The geniuses of the Qinjiang water region are here. How can you be tolerated? Young Master Tianxi shouted. Lu Ming's combat strength made his heart tremble. Although he was stronger than Blue Cloud, it was impossible for him to kill him with one slap. Lu Ming's combat strength was definitely above his. Kill. I must kill him with the help of the Qinjiang water region. Otherwise, there will be another Jian Fengyun in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I won't be able to stand out. Young Master Tianxi roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming with jealousy in his heart. Qinjiang water region? They won't be able to leave. Lu Ming smiled faintly. However, his words caused an uproar in the Qinjiang water region. What does this kid mean? Could it be that he wants to spare our lives? What an arrogant kid. He's a frog at the bottom of a well. He thinks he's invincible just because he has some skills. This kid deserves to die. He dared to talk back to us before entering the Dongming ancient battlefield. We can't let him live. Cold voices were heard in the Qinjiang water region. Even Jian Fengyun was stunned. He did not know what Lu Ming was trying to do. On the other hand, young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was really stupid to be so arrogant. They did not need to do anything now. The geniuses of the Qinjiang water region would not let him go. As expected, I'll kill you. Chapter 401. This young man was wearing a purple shirt and boots, with a purple jade belt around his waist. Even his combat sword was purple in color. His entire being exuded a noble aura. Zidong, the one ranked 19th in the Qinjiang water zone. As soon as this young man appeared, someone exclaimed softly. Ranked 19th in the Qinjiang water zone, he was already an expert on the same level as Jian Fengyun. Zidong was very arrogant. He looked coldly at Lu Ming and exuded a powerful aura. He said, Lu Ming, although your combat strength is not bad, you are too arrogant. However, I can give you a chance. If you can take 3 of my attacks and not die, I can consider sparing your life. Take 3 of your attacks and not die? Aha, you are really full of confidence. If you want to fight, do it quickly. I can give you a chance to use your sword. You better use all your trump cards. After that, you won't have a chance. Lu Ming said indifferently. Who didn't know how to be arrogant? How arrogant? Then die. Zidong's killing intent burst forth, and his body emitted a strong purple light. Extreme purple sword technique, sword from the east. Zidong roared and unsheathed his combat sword. In an instant, the sky was filled with purple chi. Immediately after, in the purple aura, a purple sword gleam pierced toward Lu Ming like a flying immortal from outer space. It was so fast that it left a long trail in the sky. Bam. However, what greeted him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's kick did not use the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomp. It was just an ordinary kick, but it contained powerful genuine chi as well as the power of wind and fire. With this kick, the purple sword light shattered, and the kick landed directly on Zidong's face. In an instant, Zidong's face was deformed. He did not even have time to scream before he was sent flying backward. He crashed into 7 or 8 trees and slid on the ground, leaving a deep trail. He lay 1,000 meters away, his body twitching. He was breathing more than he was inhaling. His gasps could be heard. Everyone stared at Lu Ming in a daze. This was too overbearing, wasn't it? He had kicked Zidong to the brink of death with just one kick. What kind of combat power was this? Young Master Heavenly Snake Yan Feishuan and the others swallowed their saliva. They felt cold sweat drenching their backs and their limbs were trembling. They couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Lu Ming kicked them in the face. Jian Fengyun was also in a daze. Then a hopeful look appeared in his eyes. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded his expectations. The young man in the blue robe and the 5 or 6 young men beside him wore stern looks. I told you, you only have one chance. Lu Ming glanced at Zidong nonchalantly and then stopped looking at him. Humph, you're only an 8th layer martial ancestor realm cultivator. Among us, at least 6 of us are on par with you and many of us are capable of killing you. Inside the Thousand River region, a young man snorted coldly. His body emitted a cold murderous intent. Who doesn't know how to talk big? That guy said the same thing. In the end, he couldn't even take one kick from me. I think you guys at the Thousand River region can only talk big. When it comes to fighting, you're all trash. Lu Ming gave the people of the Thousand River region a provocative look. Presumptuous. You're courting death. Instantly, the people of the Thousand River region were infuriated. With the young man in the blue robe as the center, powerful auras burst out. Their auras soared into the sky like smoke signals. It was extremely terrifying. Cut the crap. Come at me all at once. I'm too lazy to fight you one by one. There was a contemptuous smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as he spoke lightly. What? You? The geniuses of the Thousand River region were furious. Lu Ming wanted to challenge all the geniuses of the Thousand River region by himself? This was a blatant insult, a blatant disdain. However, young Master Heavenly Snake Yen Feishuan and the others were overjoyed. They roared in their hearts, "Haha, this idiot Lu Ming, he's so arrogant just because he has some combat strength. He dares to challenge all the geniuses of the Thousand River region? He's courting death." Jian Fengyun's expression changed greatly as he yelled, "Lu Ming, you can't. The top 10 geniuses of the Thousand River region are all here. That young man in the blue robe is Jiang Wantian, who is ranked first in the Thousand River region. You can't be careless. You'd better break out of the encirclement quickly." Judging from Lu Ming's previous attacks, Lu Ming was definitely stronger than him. He had reached the 8th grade martial ancestor realm and was definitely a Battle 3 genius. If Lu Ming tried his best to break out of the encirclement, he might be able to kill his way out. However, if he challenged all the geniuses of the Thousand River region, especially Jiang Wantian, he would definitely die. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to speak with disdain. "Hurry up. I've said it before. You can't leave today. If you don't want to fight, I'll do it. Presumptuous and ignorant. I'll kill you." A cold-looking young man roared and stepped forward. A long spear appeared in his hand, emitting a shocking aura. He was a genius in the early 8th grade martial ancestor realm and was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Die. The cold-looking young man was very straightforward. He thrust his spear forward and a shocking spear ray burst out. Nice spear technique. Lu Ming smiled faintly and the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. He shook his arm and the demon banishing spear shot out. Clang. The spear ray roared and the two long spears pierced each other. There was a loud explosion and ripples appeared on the two spears. Explode. Lu Ming whispered and surging genuine qi gushed out. At the same time, the power of wind and fire exploded. Crack. The cold-looking young man's upper LV4 long spear made cracking sounds and cracks appeared on it. Then, the cold-looking young man screamed and his body flew out like a cannonball. He flew for a few hundred meters before he stopped. There were a few gunshot wounds on his body and blood spurted out of his mouth. "I've said that you can only talk. When you fight, you're all trash." Lu Ming laughed disdainfully. He then shook his long spear and put it away. The demon-banishing spear should be a LV4 weapon. However, it was made of the same material as a LV5 spiritual weapon. It was extremely sturdy and could withstand Lu Ming's full power. "You are indeed capable. Today we can't let you go. Let's attack together and kill this person," Jiang Wantian said slowly with a grave expression. Lu Ming's strength was too shocking. Even he was not confident that he could win. He could only gather the strength of everyone in the Thousand River region to kill Lu Ming. "I've already told you to attack together. Now that the warm-up is over, I'll send you on your way." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Kill? Kill." Jiang Wantian shouted and a shocking aura rose from his body. Lu Ming felt that Jiang Wantian was not any weaker than Yu Feiyu. But so what? Besides Jiang Wantian, there were 5 other people who had reached Martial Ancestor Realm 8. In addition, there were more than 10 Martial Ancestor Realm 7 experts. With so many experts attacking together, their power was earth-shattering. "Go to hell." Prince Tianxi and the others shouted in their hearts. At the same time, they retreated quickly for fear of being affected. "Lu Ming, be careful," Jian Fengyun shouted. Chapter 402. Die. Nearly 20 geniuses of the 7th Martial Ancestor Realm and each of them was an expert who had surpassed the Second World War. When they attacked together, the entire space was boiling as if it was about to explode. Sword Chi, Saber Radiance, Fist Force, Spear Radiance, etc., gathered together and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground and retreated rapidly. In an instant he had retreated 1,000 meters. Then he took a deep breath and his body suddenly rose. "Heaven's palm." Lu Ming shouted and waved his palm. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth instantly boiled and was drawn over. A huge palm print formed and blasted towards Jiang Wantian and the others. Before the palm print arrived, the terrifying aura had already suppressed everyone's breathing. Jiang Wantian and the other geniuses of the Thousand River territory were shocked because the power of this palm print was too terrifying. Oh no, hold on, you must hold on. Jiang Wantian roared. Stormy waves palm. Jiang Wantian roared as he struck out with his palm. A raging river was formed, and with the momentum of a raging wave, it blasted towards the heavenly Dao palm imprint. At the same time, various sword radiance and fist force exploded and blasted towards the heaven's palm print. Boom. Boom. With so many people joining forces, the power was indeed terrifying. Various attacks blasted onto the heaven's palm print, and after each blast, the power of the heaven's palm print would weaken. When more than 20 attacks were exhausted, the power of the heaven's palm print was almost gone. Haha, he blocked it. Someone from the Thousand River territory laughed. They thought that Lu Ming could only use such a powerful attack once. What are you so happy about? Second palm print. A faint voice sounded and the second heaven's palm print formed and blasted towards them. Why is there another one? The experts of the Thousand River territory were in despair. They then unleashed all their strength and attacked. Boom. Once again, it clashed with the heaven's palm print. But this time, before the second palm print could be neutralized, a third palm print formed in the sky and blasted down. No! Jiang Wantian and the others shouted in horror and despair. Boom. The third palm strike slammed down and they could no longer withstand it. The bodies of some 7th-level martial ancestor realm experts cracked as they were smashed to the ground by the palm force. They died instantly. A few 8th-layer martial ancestor realm experts spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Kill? Lu Ming did not give them the slightest chance. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a dozen long spears and shot them out. Poof, poof. Jiang Wanchun and the others were all pierced through by the long spear and nailed to the ground. In just a few breaths' time, the top 20 geniuses of the Xinjiang Ocean were all killed. At the scene, the remaining people looked at this scene in shock. Oh my god, how could this be? How could this be? Among the people of the Thousand River region, Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun widened their eyes in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had actually killed one of the top 20 geniuses in the Thousand River domain. How was this possible? They broke out in cold sweat and trembled all over. As for young Master Heavenly Snake Yen Feishuan and the others, they were more or less the same as Li Qiushui and the others. They were scared out of their wits. Didn't the two of you want to attack me? Now I'll give you a chance. Do it. Lu Ming glanced at Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun. Plop. Li Qiushui stammered for a long time but could not say a word. Suddenly he knelt down with a plop and let out a miserable cry. Lu Ming, no, brother Lu, no, Master Lu, I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. You're a true dragon in the sky and I'm just a pitiful reptile. Please spare me. Plop. As soon as Li Qiushui finished speaking, another kneeling sound could be heard. It was Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was even more exaggerated. He prostrated himself on the ground and shouted, Young hero Lu, please spare me too. I have an 80-year-old mother and a fiancé. They will rely on me in the future. As long as you spare me, I will be willing to do anything for you. His cry was so miserable that it was enough to make one cry. Lu Ming was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a weirdo. Martial artists were prideful. Even if they were afraid of death, they wouldn't beg for mercy shamelessly. Lu Ming, don't listen to them. As far as I know, Jiang Chun doesn't have an 80-year-old mother or a fiancé. He has ruined many good girls. Jian Fengyun shouted. Jian Yu, why do you want to harm me? Jiang Chun shouted. You talk too much. Lu Ming said coldly. He then waved his hand and 2 spear radiances flew out. Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun couldn't even react in time and they were nailed to the ground. Run, run. There were still dozens of youths left in Xinjiang Water region and they were running for their lives. Lu Ming glanced at them and didn't chase after them. Most of the youths in Xinjiang Water region had no grudges with him. Lu Ming wasn't a bloodthirsty person and he wouldn't kill them all. Go. At this moment, young Master Tian Shi and the rest were running in the same direction. Lu Ming looked over coldly. Then he took a step forward and his body flashed. When he appeared again he was already in front of young Master Tian Shi and the rest. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I know you are from the Blazing Sun Empire. If you dare to touch me, my family will flatten the Blazing Sun Empire. Young Master Tian Shi shouted with a pale face. As long as all of you are dead, who will know it's me? Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't care. He then looked at Jian Fengyun and said, Brother Jian, how about this? I'll let you deal with them. They wanted to kill Jian Fengyun and he could deal with them. Great, that's what I want. Jian Fengyun flew over and looked coldly at young Master Tianxi. Wei Tianxi die. Jian Fengyun shouted and unsheathed his combat sword. A powerful sword chi pressed towards young Master Tianxi. Jian Fengyun, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Let's see who is stronger today. Seeing that he couldn't escape, young Master Tianxi went all out. Thousand Snake Sword Technique. Shoo. Dense sword chi suddenly shot out from young Master Tianxi's hand. The sword chi was like a poisonous snake as it charged towards Jian Fengyun. Sword wind rises. Jian Fengyun whispered. Then a sword radiance suddenly appeared and pierced through the void. All the sword chi that young Master Tianxi sent out was destroyed by the sword. Second sword blood river. Shoo. Jian Fengyun became one as the sword radiance flashed. Spurt. Young Master Tianxi's throat suddenly spurted out blood. A sword broke his roar. Jian Fengyun, young Master Tianxi roared and breathed his last. Run. Yan Feishuan was horrified and almost wet his pants. He turned and ran. A sword radiance flashed and Yan Feishuan's head flew up. Then, sword radiance flashed and the remaining people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range died under Jian Fengyun's sword. Traitor, you don't need to live in this world. Chapter 403. Lu Ming nodded silently. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level Martial Grandmaster realm. He was only a step away from the 8th level Martial Grandmaster realm. He was indeed far ahead in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. He was much stronger than Prince Tianxi, who was in second place. Of course, Suimo was an exception. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me this time. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of these despicable people. Jian Fengyun walked over and cupped his fists to thank Lu Ming. Brother Jian, you're welcome. These people have a grudge against me. Even if this did not happen, I would have killed them. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Jian Fengyun sighed. It had not been long and Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to a level that he could not catch up with. It was shocking. He was sure that Lu Ming was not so strong when he first entered the Dongming ancient battlefield. Otherwise he would not have let Prince Sky Snake and the others go. Jian Fengyun pondered for a while and said, Brother Lu, are you going to the Dragon's Cave? That's right. Lu Ming nodded. That's great. We were going to the Dragon's Cave as well. We did not expect to meet the people from the Qinjiang Water region. Prince Sky Snake and the others surrendered to the Qinjiang Water region. Jian Fengyun gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Jian Fengyun changed his tone. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them rose into the air and flew toward the Dragon's Cave. When it was close to evening, they came to a strange place. From high up in the sky, one could see a huge mountain range lying on the ground in front of them like a true dragon. They looked like real dragons and they could vaguely make out the dragon's head and tail. This is where the Dragon's Cave is. It is said that the real Dragon's Cave is deep in this area. The surrounding area is affected by the Dragon's Cave and the mountain range is shaped like a dragon. There are many spiritual herbs and treasures. However, it is said that this area is usually covered by the inscription formation and it is impossible to find or enter. I did not expect it to be open now. Jian Fengyun whispered and his eyes were shining. Haha, that means we are lucky. Let's go. Having said that, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he flew forward. When he flew into the Dragon Cave area, he was a little surprised. That was because he could feel that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was even denser. It was very strange. Even though there was only a thin line separating them, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was completely different. Furthermore, Lu Ming could sense that the dragon-shaped true energy in his body was circulating faster than before. If he could cultivate here, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would be much faster than anywhere else. After pondering for a moment, the two of them continued forward. Soon night fell. When the two of them were on guard against the specter, they realized that there was no specter at all. Everything was normal. Could it be that the dragon's lair is isolated from the entry of those specters? Jian Fengyun guessed. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only reason. However, this was a good thing. It saved him a lot of trouble. The two of them landed on a mountain peak and closed their eyes to meditate. Jian Fengyun had already suffered some injuries, and now he was circulating his energy to heal himself. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, the two of them continued their journey, heading deeper into the region. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart sounded in front of them. In front of them, a black-robed young man was flying rapidly. Behind him, dozens of figures were chasing rapidly. Xiao Haoyu, you can't escape. Be obedient and accept your death. Someone shouted from behind. Those who were with you are all dead. What's the point of living an ignoble existence like you? A cold laugh sounded. In front, the black-robed young man did not say a word and flew with all his might. It's the strongest person in the Valley Wind Mountain Range, Xiao Haoyu. I've met him once before. Jian Fengyun said softly. Lu Ming swept a glance and stood in the air, having no intention of interfering. Lu Ming was not a kind-hearted person. He would not bring unnecessary trouble to himself because of someone he did not know. Since Lu Ming did not move, Jian Fengyun naturally did not move either. Xiao Haoyu glanced at Lu Ming and the others before continuing to fly forward. However, just because Lu Ming and the others did not interfere did not mean that others would not look for trouble. Whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, 7 or 8 figures surrounded Lu Ming. Xiao Haoyu die. Whoosh. Among the group of people, a terrifying saber light instantly tore through the void and slashed toward Xiao Haoyu at an unbelievable speed. Xiao Haoyu roared and tried his best to resist, but he was hit until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In the next moment he was also surrounded by the group of people. Everyone, what are you doing? We don't seem to have any grudges. Jian Fengyun's expression changed slightly. What are we doing? This is a robbery. The two of you hand over your storage rings. Hand over your storage rings and I'll consider sparing your lives. Among the people surrounding them, a skinny young man who looked like a monkey sneered. Brothers, don't listen to them. They're from the desolate wilderness area and belong to a large area. Even if you hand over your storage rings, they'll still kill you. Not far away, Xiao Haoyu shouted. The desolate wilderness area. Jian Fengyun's expression changed when he heard that. The desolate wilderness area was the same as the Qianjiang water region. It was a large area. There were high-level empires overseeing it. Haha, Xiao Haoyu, what's the use of shouting so loudly? Do you think they can avoid death if they don't hand over their storage rings? An abnormally tall and sturdy young man, who was about 2 to 3 meters tall and had muscles all over his body, sneered. He looked like a small giant. Scram. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. The voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with coldness. The voice belonged to Lu Ming. The young men from the desolate wilderness area were slightly stunned. Then, someone's expression changed and he said coldly, Kid, what did you say? I told you to scram. Don't you understand human language? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't scram after 3 breaths, then don't scram. Lu Ming's voice was still unhurried, but the coldness in his voice was even more intense. Kid, you're courting death. I'll crush all your bones now. There were 8 strong young men surrounding Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, one of them took a big step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Bang. In the next instant, the strong young man was sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. How dare you fight back? Let's kill him together. The remaining 7 people roared furiously and attacked Lu Ming. Bang. Bang. Following this, 7 explosions were heard as the 7 young men were sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their bodies almost exploded. The young men surrounding Xiao Haoyu were stunned. Even the unusually tall and sturdy young man's expression turned serious. Among the 8 young men, there was a 7th-layer martial ancestor realm genius, but he was still sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's strength was shocking. I'll be merciful and spare your lives. Scram now. Lu Ming snapped. Kid, you're pretty strong. Let me fight you. If you can defeat me, I'll leave right away. Chapter 404. Brother, be careful. He is the strongest expert of the desolated area, with a cultivation of the 8th-layer martial ancestor realm. His strength has surpassed the Battle 3 geniuses. Xiao Haoyu yelled. It's too late now. Desolation godly fist. The bulky young man let out a roar as he lashed out a punch. The punch caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently, as if a mountain range was hurtling toward Lu Ming. Furthermore, a huge mountain floated above the bulky young man's head, with 5 silver chakras shining brightly. The power of the punch was even stronger after the bloodline was unleashed. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Bang. A punch and a kick collided with one another. Following this, the crowd could see the bulky young man's fist crumbling instantly. His steel-like muscles began to tremble violently. Bang. Following this, his body was sent flying backward like a deflated balloon. He flew for 3,000 meters before coming to a stop, with blood spurting out from his mouth. Run, run now. The bulky young man let out a roar and ran for his life without hesitation. The rest of the people in the desolated area were scared out of their wits, who immediately fled a few thousand meters away. At that instant, everyone in the desolated area had fled for their lives. Lu Ming did not chase after them. It was enough to teach them a lesson. Guys, thanks for saving my life. You're Jian Fengyun. At that instant, Xiao Haoyu flew over and took a closer look at Jian Fengyun. His eyes flickered as if he had recognized Jian Fengyun. Brother Xiao, it's been a few years since we last met. How are you? Jian Fengyun said with a smile. Brother Jian, it's really you. I didn't recognize you just then. May I know who this is? Xiao Haoyu glanced at Lu Ming with astonishment in his eyes. Being able to defeat the strongest expert of the desolated area with ease. His strength could easily be ranked among the top among the geniuses that had entered the Dongming ancient battlefield. Xiao Haoyu guessed that Lu Ming was most likely a genius from a super region. This is Lu Ming, Brother Lu, a peerless genius from the Cloud Monarch mountain range. Jian Fengyun introduced Lu Ming to Xiao Haoyu with a proud tone. What? Is Brother Lu a genius from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Xiao Haoyu exclaimed in disbelief. What? If Brother Xiao doesn't believe me, then there's nothing to hide. Jian Fengyun said. Lu Ming smiled and said, I am indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I didn't expect the Cloud Emperor mountain range to have such a genius like Brother Lu. What an eye-opener. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Hey Xiao Haoyu, what do you mean by that? It seems like our Cloud Emperor mountain range can't produce someone like Brother Lu? Jian Fengyun said with a glare. Brother Jian, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Xiao Haoyu smiled bitterly and hurriedly said. Then he quickly changed the topic and said, Brother Lu, Brother Jian, are you going to the Dragon Cave? Not bad. Lu Ming and Wang Chong nodded. Then why don't we go together? Xiao Haoyu said. Lu Ming did not object. Since Lu Ming did not object, Jian Fengyun naturally did not object as well. Lu Ming naturally had his own thoughts. Xiao Haoyu was the strongest expert in a region. His talent and combat strength were not inferior to Jian Fengyun's. There was almost no problem for him to join the Dtian Divine Guards. In the future, Lu Ming would not know anyone in the Dtian Divine Guards. It would only be beneficial for him to get to know a few more people now. The three of them moved forward together. On the way, Lu Ming also found out why Xiao Haoyu was being hunted down by the people in the desolate region. The reason was that the experts from the various large regions were all hunting down the experts from the small regions, especially the strongest experts from the small regions. They all had a chance of joining the Dtian Divine Guards, and if they killed these people, the competition in the large regions would be a little smaller. Perhaps more people would be able to join the Dtian Divine Guards. It seems that the later it will be, the more chaotic it will be. Jian Fengyun sighed. Only a little more than a month had passed, and those large regions had already started hunting down the experts in the small regions. He really did not know how chaotic it would be in the later stages. This was the goal of the Dtian Divine Palace. Only by surviving the various dangers and trials could one become a Dtian Divine Guard. The three of them moved forward. However, their speed was not very fast. They flew at a low altitude. As they flew, they searched for spiritual herbs. The Dragon Cave region nurtured many natural treasures. However, along the way the three of them did not gain much. They saw many pits in many places. Obviously, other people had already dug out the spiritual herbs. This region was really vast. The three of them flew for tens of thousands of miles, but they still had not reached the real location of the Dragon Cave. Look, there are corpses over there. Jian Fengyun suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and Xiao Haoyu also saw a large number of corpses lying in a valley below. Let's go and take a look. The three of them flew down. When they took a look, their expressions changed. In the valley there were no less than 100 corpses. All of them were dead. The most shocking thing was that these corpses were all dried up. It was as if all the blood and essence in their bodies had been sucked away. What a strange way to die. Could it be some strange monster? Xiao Haoyu sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. Lu Ming also frowned and pondered. It was really strange that their blood and essence had been sucked dry. For example, the 9 dragons' bloodline only devoured blood essence and bloodline power. It would not devour ordinary blood. Then the three of them continued to move forward. However, not far away they saw another pile of corpses. They were also dried up. Those are people from the desolate wildlands. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Among these corpses, there were some who were particularly burly. Based on their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the desolate wildlands. Even the strongest person in the desolate wildlands is dead. Jian Fengyun said in a deep voice. Among the corpses there was one who was particularly burly. Based on his clothes, it was the strongest person in the desolate wildlands that Lu Ming had chased away. This region is too strange. How did they die? Jian Fengyun said. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu's faces were solemn. Even the strongest person in the desolate wildlands died here. It was too terrifying. Let's leave this place, Lu Ming said. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu nodded. Immediately, the three of them soared into the sky and left this place. However, a few hundred miles away they saw dozens of corpses. They had died in the same way as before. I have a feeling that something big will happen in this trip to the Dragon's Cave, Xiao Haoyu said in a deep voice. Then there was a moment of silence. Soon the three of them traveled another 10,000 miles. There are so many people there. What are they doing? Suddenly Jian Fengyun said. Not far away on the right there was a huge cliff. There were many people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. The three of them flew over. What a powerful sword intent. Chapter 405. Swoosh. The three of them landed at the bottom of the cliff. There were already more than 20 people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. These people were in different positions and kept a distance from each other. Some of them were sitting cross-legged as if they were comprehending something. Some of them were looking at the sword mark on the cliff seriously. At this point they could see more clearly. On the huge cliff, there was a slanted sword mark that was more than 100 meters long. It was deeply engraved on the cliff and was filled with an ancient aura. No one knew how long it had been passed down. An incomparably profound sword intent permeated the air. Lu Ming stared at the sword mark carefully. Suddenly the sword mark enlarged rapidly in Lu Ming's eyes. In the end the entire world changed. The world turned into a battlefield and shouts of killing filled the sky. Suddenly a sword light slashed from afar. It was vast and boundless. It was impossible to describe the magnificence of this sword. When the sword light came out, the sky cracked. The sword light was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. It contained a peerless killing intent. Ah! Lu Ming roared and retreated quickly. The environment changed. Lu Ming found that he was still at the bottom of the cliff. He took 3 steps back and left 3 footprints on the ground. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long breath. The sword strike just now was really like facing the Grim Reaper. Around him, some people glanced at him and then turned their heads away. They did not find it strange. Brother Lu, are you all right? Jian Fengyun looked at Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head. Brother Lu is really a peerless talent. You can actually stay in the sword intent for half an hour. When you woke up, you only took 3 steps back. I only lasted for 10 minutes. When I woke up, I almost vomited blood. Xiao Haoyu laughed. It's a pity that Brother Lu doesn't cultivate the sword. Otherwise, you would definitely become a peerless swordsman. Jian Fengyun said. Half an hour? Lu Ming was surprised. Just now he only felt that a while had passed. He did not expect half an hour to have passed. Brother Lu, Brother Xiao and I plan to stay here and comprehend the sword intent here. I'm afraid we can't go to the Dragon's Cave with Brother Lu. Jian Fengyun looked at Lu Ming apologetically. It doesn't matter. This sword was probably left behind by a peerless swordsman. For a sword cultivator, it is a supreme opportunity. If I were a sword cultivator, I would probably leave it behind to cultivate too. Lu Ming smiled. They were all martial artists, so he could understand what Jian Fengyun and the others were thinking. This sword mark was too tempting for sword cultivators. If they could comprehend a trace of it, they would benefit immensely. Compared to the Dragon's Cave, this place was more practical for them. To Lu Ming, it was better for Jian Fengyun and the rest to stay here. Lu Ming would be able to unleash his full potential if he ventured into the Dragon Cave alone. I hope Brother Lu will be able to reap great rewards in the Dragon Cave. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu cupped their fists together. See you again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned into a beam of light, shooting up into the sky and disappearing. Following this, Lu Ming no longer slowed down to search for spirit herbs. Instead he sped up. Along the way Lu Ming saw a few fights but he ignored them and flashed past. That is. Half a day later, an incomparably majestic mountain range appeared in front of him. This mountain range was at least a few thousand miles long. It twisted and turned on the ground. Lu Ming could barely see the outline of this mountain range from a few hundred miles high in the sky. Looking from afar, this mountain range really looked like a true dragon. 5 dragon claws, scales formed from various rocks, and 2 dragon horns on the dragon's head. Its shape was exactly the same as the legendary true dragon. This is the legendary Dragon Mountain. I've arrived at the Dragon Cave. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly headed towards the Dragon Mountain's dragon head. When he got closer, he realized that this mountain range was really too majestic. The highest parts reached the clouds. When Lu Ming arrived at the dragon's head, he realized that many people were already there. At a glance, there were no less than 2,000 people. More than 2,000 people were scattered around a lake. This lake was very wide. Above the lake was the Dragon Mountain's dragon head. The dragon head was open, revealing a dark cave. At this moment, something strange was happening. The water in the lake flowed from the bottom to the top, forming a water column that continuously flew into the dragon's mouth. It looked like the true dragon was sucking in water. This was the dragon sucking water phenomenon. Legend had it that the true dragon cave was under this lake. As long as the lake water was sucked dry, the true dragon cave would be revealed. Thousands of people were waiting on the four sides of the lake. Lu Ming landed and blended into the crowd. "Brother Fong, why are there only a few of you left in the Flowing Water Bay region?" Someone was chatting at the side. "Sai, the others are all dead, hunted down by the people of the larger regions. What about you? Why aren't there many people left?" "Don't mention it. We also encountered a large region that attacked indiscriminately. The strongest people in our region were killed. On the other hand, the weaker ones escaped. However, the people of the larger region behind us also died. I saw their corpses drained of blood. It was extremely terrifying." "What? You also saw the corpses drained of blood?" "We saw it too." Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that the draining of blood did not only happen in the region he passed by, but also in other regions. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. Half a day later, there were no less than 3,000 people here. And the water on the lake had also decreased by a portion. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Dozens of young men and women stepped on the air and arrived. These dozens of people had an extremely terrifying aura on their bodies, and they had a common characteristic. The men were very handsome and the women were beautiful and charming. "The people from the Lake Phoenix region are here," someone exclaimed. "It's over. I didn't expect that even the geniuses from the Lake Phoenix region would come. Will we still have a share in the Dragon Cave?" Someone sighed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of the Lake Phoenix region. It was a region stronger than large regions like the Qianjiang Water region and was known as a super region. In a normal large region, there would only be one high-level empire overseeing it. And in a super region, there would be at least two high-level empires, or even 3 or 4. They were incomparably powerful and filled with geniuses. It was said that the Lake Phoenix region had 3 high-level empires, mid-level empires and low-level empires. There were more than 1,000 empires, and it was many times stronger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. "Look, the one wearing the Phoenix robe is the strongest person in the Lake Phoenix region, the number 1 genius Huang Qixuan. It is said that he is a 4-battle genius, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm." "What? A 4-battle genius? The peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm is so terrifying?" "Of course he is the strongest person in the super region. He is a peerless genius." Lu Ming also looked over. Indeed, among the people of the Lake Phoenix region, he saw a handsome young man wearing a phoenix robe. He was 22 or 23 years old and his face was like jade. He was Huang Qixuan. However, his gaze was incomparably cold and arrogant. Chapter 406. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Those are the geniuses from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. Even the people from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range are here. Another super region, we won't get a share of this. And the strongest person from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, Bu Fifan, is here too. The arrival of this group of people caused another round of exclamations. Even the geniuses from the Lake Phoenix region frowned. "Aha, Huang Qixuan, I didn't expect you to be here too." The geniuses from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range stopped on the other side of the lake, distancing themselves from the people from the Lake Phoenix region. Among them, a young man with fiery red hair laughed. "Bu Fifan, since you can come, I can naturally come too." Huang Qixuan sneered. "Ah, it's so lively, count us in." With a loud laugh, more than 10 streaks of rainbow light flew over from the sky. The rainbow light dissipated, revealing more than 10 young figures. They stopped on the other side of the lake. "It's the people from the Yanchuan Valley region." Super region Yanchuan Valley? Some people were already in despair. The super regions had arrived one after another, and the strongest of them were among them. The arrival of the Yanchuan Valley region caused Bu Fifan, Huang Qixuan, and the others' faces to darken. The dragon head of the Dragon Mountain was in the north of the lake. The 3 super regions stopped on the east, south, and west side of the lake. Obviously they were wary of each other. Following that, more and more people arrived, but none of them attracted the attention of the 3 super regions. Half an hour later, A young man in a gray robe and holding a long sword silently appeared in the air above the lake. This young man had an ordinary appearance and was wearing a gray robe that looked very old. He just stood quietly in the air. However, Huang Qixin, Bu Fifan, and the strongest person in the Yanchuan Valley region, Sun Chu, all changed their expressions when they saw this person. Ancient Desolation City Xianfeng. Huang Qixin said solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. What? Ancient Desolation City? Is this person from the Ancient Desolation City? It's said that the Ancient Desolation City is extremely mysterious. Very few people come out, but once they come out, they are peerless monsters. If this person is from the Ancient Desolation City, that's terrifying. Looks like the Dragon Cave is very attractive to these peerless monsters. There's going to be a good show this time. Everyone was discussing, but Xianfeng was still hugging his battle sword. He didn't say a word and his expression didn't even change. Huang Qixin and the others glanced at Xianfeng with some fear, not saying a word. Following that, the number of people increased and soon it broke through the 4,000 mark. As far as the eye could see, the small lake was densely packed with people. Huang Qixin glanced around and revealed a look of disgust. He said coldly, "A bunch of trash actually wants to get a share of the treasures in the Dragon Cave. They are really indulging in fantasy and overestimating themselves." Many people's expressions changed, but they were afraid of Lake Phoenix and Huang Qixuan's strength, so no one dared to make a sound. "Humph, what a bunch of trash." Huang Qixin harumphed coldly, then turned to Bu Fifan and Sun Chu. "Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, how about this? Before entering the Dragon Cave, let's clear away these obstructing trash, what do you think?" "Alright. That's what I was thinking." Bu Fifan and Sun Chu both nodded. But the others' faces changed drastically. "The people from the bigger regions can stay, fly to the sky. As for the trash from the smaller regions, scram quickly, don't be a hindrance here." Huang Qixuan's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over the surroundings as he reprimanded loudly. Hearing this, the experts from the bigger regions breathed out in relief and flew to the sky, increasing the distance between them and the people from the smaller regions. The remaining people were from the smaller regions. The people from the smaller regions had ugly expressions looking at each other, but no one wanted to leave. Who would be willing to leave so easily? "Looks like you guys aren't going to scram, right?" Huang Qixuan's gaze turned cold. "Huang Qixin, you guys are too overbearing. The Dragon Cave is an ownerless land. Anyone can come here to obtain a piece of fortune. Why should it be monopolized by you guys? I refuse to accept this. There are so many of us. We are not afraid of you." "That's right." Someone shouted loudly. "Looks like you guys aren't going to scram?" Huang Qixin sneered, then looked at Bu Fifan and Sun Chu, saying, "You two, you and I will each occupy a direction. How about this? Each of us will clear a direction. Let's see which side cleans faster. What do you think?" "Good, this is interesting. That's exactly what I want." Bu Fifan and Sun Chu laughed. "Then, let's begin." Whoosh! As soon as Huang Qixuan's voice fell, his figure flashed out like a lightning bolt. A mournful scream was heard. The crowd saw a young man's heart being pierced by Huang Qixuan's claw. The young man let out a desperate roar and finally stopped breathing. "Trash, you talk too much, die." Huang Qixin sneered. "Whoever doesn't scram the next moment, you will die." A cold voice came out from Huang Qixuan's mouth. "Damn it, this is too much. We are not afraid of them if we join forces." A tall young man roared, his body emitting a powerful aura. The peak of the 7th martial ancestor realm, this was a genius who was not weaker than Jian Fengyun, most likely the strongest in a small region. "Then let's die together." Huang Qixin sneered, his figure rushing towards the young man. "Kill?" The young man roared, slashing out a shocking saber light. But the next moment, Pucci. Huang Qixuan's claw seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The saber light shattered, then like the previous person, his heart was pierced by the claw. The strongest in a small region dead. A piece of trash dares to shout, "You are courting death." Huang Qixuan's claw flickered with a red light, not a single drop of blood was stained on it. The others were terrified, too strong, they were no match for him. The strongest in a small region was killed in one move, the difference was too great. If you don't retreat in 3 breaths, kill without mercy. Huang Qixuan's eyes were cold as he scanned the surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh. The figures of the experts from Lake Phoenix flashed, bursting with powerful auras. "Let's go, let's go." Finally, someone roared and retreated unwillingly. "Let's go too." Helpless, the people in the small region retreated one after another. It was the same in the other 2 regions. After a few experts were killed, they also retreated helplessly. After a few breaths, only the people in the large region were left. Of course, Xian Feng hugged his long sword and did not move. Huang Qixin and the others naturally would not touch him. In an instant, the people in the small region had all left. No, there was only one person left, and that was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was originally on the east side of the small lake, which was the responsibility of Lake Phoenix. At this moment he stood there alone, appearing very conspicuous. Chapter 407. Haha, Huang Qixin, you still have people on your side. Looks like you've lost. Bu Fifan laughed. Looks like Lake Phoenix's deterrence is just SOSO. Sun Chu sighed. Huang Qixuan's face turned gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming with eyes filled with murderous intent. Kid, I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Huang Qixin said eerily. Lu Ming glanced at Huang Qixin and smiled faintly. I told you to get lost, are you going to get lost? You told me to get lost? Kid, are you crazy? Do you have the right to do so? Huang Qixin sneered. That's it, you told me to get lost? Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to do so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Ah. Bu Fifan laughed wildly and said, Huang Qixin, looks like Lake Phoenix's deterrence isn't that great? Or is it that your deterrence isn't that great? Bu Fifan's words made Huang Qixin grit his teeth in anger. However, he had no confidence in dealing with Bu Fifan. He could only turn his anger into murderous intent towards Lu Ming. Kid, even if you kneel down and beg me now, you can't get lost. You will pay for your words and actions. I will make you wish you were dead. Huang Qixin said eerily. Nonsense, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, hurry up. Lu Ming scolded. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu and the other geniuses were stunned. Where did this hothead come from? How dare he talk to Huang Qixin like that? This was simply courting death. Good, very good. Huang Qixin said the word good 3 times in a row. His voice was incomparably eerie as a terrifying aura rose from his body. Senior brother Huang, there's no need for you to deal with trash like him. Let me deal with him. It's more than enough. At this moment, a young man with triangular eyes walked out from the Lake Phoenix area and shouted. This guy is seizing the opportunity to flatter senior brother Huang again. Someone whispered in the Lake Phoenix area. When the voice reached the triangular-eyed young man's ears, he chuckled and didn't care at all. There's no need. I'll do it myself. I'll make him regret every word he said just now. Huang Qixin waved his hand, allowing the triangular-eyed youth to retreat. The triangular-eyed youth sighed helplessly. What a waste of this opportunity. Brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I'd like to see what you've got. Whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, Huang Qixuan's figure moved like lightning. It was inconceivably fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Ming and clawed at Lu Ming. But even though he was fast, Lu Ming was not slow either. The moment Huang Qixin moved, the demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Huang Qixuan's palm. You want to stop me? Break. Huang Qixin coldly shouted, and a sharp claw light erupted from his claws as he clawed at Lu Ming. Boom. The long spear and the claw collided, creating a violent boom. A shocking shockwave swept out. Lu Ming and Huang Qixin both retreated at the same time. They both retreated 100 meters and stood in the void. What? That brat can actually block Huang Qixuan's move? Looks like they're evenly matched. How is that possible? Could it be that this brat can fight with Huang Qixin? Impossible. This brat's battle strength might be good, but it's impossible for him to fight with Huang Qixin. If I'm not wrong, Huang Qixin didn't use much strength. But that brat probably used 80 to 90% of his strength. Yes, it should be so. The geniuses of the major regions were discussing. Brat, so you do have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. But if you think that you can fight with me, then you're gravely mistaken. I'll let you know how terrifying my true strength is. Huang Qixin coldly said. His arms moved slightly and a pair of spiritual weapon gloves appeared on his hands. At the same time, a powerful aura rushed out. A large fiery red bird condensed on top of Huang Qixuan's head. This large bird was fiery red and there were red flames burning on it. Especially its tail, it was like the tail of the legendary phoenix. The phoenix-tailed bird was said to have the bloodline of the phoenix. It was extremely powerful. On the body of the phoenix-tailed bird, there were 6 silver chakras, shining with incomparably bright light. 6th grade king-class bloodline. The eruption of his bloodline caused Huang Qixuan's aura to reach its peak. Flying Phoenix Claw. Huang Qixuan's figure moved and his claw struck out. Chi-chi. As if the claw of a real phoenix claw passed through the air, a crack appeared in the space as if it was about to be torn apart. This claw also contained the complete power of fire. It was several times stronger than before. Boom. Lu Ming also erupted with his second bloodline. At the same time he stabbed out with his spear. The power of wind and fire fused together, forming a thick spear light. Boom. There was a shocking explosion. This time the two retreated again. This move was evenly matched. How is that possible? Die for me? Huang Qixin roared and clawed out continuously. The space was about to explode. It was extremely terrifying. Every claw caused the space to tremble violently. Lu Ming held his spear and clashed with Huang Qixin without fear. Boom. Boom. The energy swept through the world, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Shwa. A claw light was dodged by Lu Ming. He flew out a few thousand meters and grabbed onto a mountain. With a loud explosion, the mountain exploded, turning into gravel. It was terrifying. Shio. A spear light flew out and directly pierced a 10-meter wide, unfathomably deep hole in the ground. Retreat. The spectators were shocked and quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. Boom. Boom. The two exchanged more than 10 moves. It was difficult to determine the winner. Phoenix Wing Slash. At this time Huang Qixin roared and his true qi surged. His arms shook and a bird cry sounded. A pair of phoenix wings vaguely condensed on Huang Qixuan's arms. Whoosh. Huang Qixin waved his hand and the phoenix wings slashed down on Lu Ming like a heavenly blade. The power of this attack was much stronger than when he used the flying phoenix claw. Die. Huang Qixin sneered. Let's see who will die. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming stepped out and a dragon roar sounded. Suddenly dragon roars and phoenix cries filled the world. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era of divine beasts. Boom. Phoenix wing slash and 9 dragons stomping the heavens heavily clashed. The space started to tremble intensely like a piece of cloth. Berserk energy shot out in all directions. Those who were watching the battle frantically retreated. Only 3 people stood motionless in the air. They were Bu Fifan, Sun Chu and Xian Feng. The 3 of them emitted powerful auras to resist the energy that shot out in all directions. After a loud explosion, Lu Ming and Huang Qixin flew back again. It was a tie again. One had to admit that Huang Qixin was indeed incomparably powerful. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm and was a 4-battle genius. His battle strength was enough to kill an ordinary half-step king. Lu Ming was at the early 8th level of the martial ancestor realm and could only fight to a draw. Lu Ming estimated that even if he used the heaven palm, he might not be able to defeat Huang Qixin. Chapter 408. Who the hell are you? Huang Qixin roared. Lu Ming was only surprised, but Huang Qixuan's heart was in turmoil. It was too shocking. Lu Ming was actually able to fight him to a draw. He even suspected that Lu Ming was also the strongest in a super region. Not only Huang Qixin, the spectators were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lu Ming was definitely not Huang Qixuan's opponent. They thought that Lu Ming was overestimating his own strength and was courting death. However, the truth was like a slap to their faces. Lu Ming was not only strong, he was not weaker than Huang Qixin. He was a genius on the same level as Huang Qixin. Their jaws almost dropped from shock. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and even the expressionless Xian Feng looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Obviously, Lu Ming's strength had attracted their attention. Especially the triangular-eyed youth from the Phoenix Lake region. He was sweating profusely and his body was trembling from fear. Just now he wanted to deal with Lu Ming. If he really attacked, he wouldn't even know how he died. When he thought of this, he felt a burst of fear. Who am I? You don't have the qualifications to know. Lu Ming sneered, pretending to be mysterious. Watch how I kill you. Huang Qixin roared and waved his arms. The phoenix spread its wings and brought about a gust of wind. A blazing aura filled the world. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the lake. The dragon's mouth seemed to have a sudden increase in suction force. The lake water in the lake crazily poured into the dragon's mouth. There was not much water in the lake to begin with. At this moment it quickly reached the bottom. Ah! Look, the bottom of the lake is actually empty. Someone exclaimed. It's really empty. Strange, the bottom of the lake is empty. Why is there water? Strange, too strange. Dragon's Cave. This is the Dragon's Cave, the resting place of a true dragon. Some people who were close to the lake exclaimed. Now consider yourself lucky. I will spare your life today. Huang Qixuan's eyes flashed as he stared coldly at Lu Ming. Spare my life? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? It's still not certain who will kill who. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Huang Qixuan's face turned gloomy. He really wanted to have a big fight with Lu Ming, but he was afraid of missing the dragon cave. In the end, he snorted coldly and said, "Brat, we'll see." After saying that, he led the people from Lake Phoenix and flew towards the surface of the lake. Lu Ming smiled faintly and flew towards the lake. His thoughts were similar to Huang Qishuan's. If the two of them fought a life-and-death battle, it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. If that happened, they would miss the opportunity to enter the dragon's cave. Flying closer to take a look, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. At this time, the water in the lake became less and less, revealing a huge pitch-black cave below. That's right, this lake wasn't a lake at all. It was the entrance of a huge cave. The lake water from before was actually just floating at the entrance of the cave, making it look like a lake. After the lake water was sucked dry, the true appearance of the cave was revealed. In just a dozen breaths of time, all the water in the lake was sucked dry. The huge cave was completely exposed. The diameter of the cave was at least a few thousand meters wide. Below it was pitch black. With everyone's eyesight, they could only see 1 or 2,000 meters. Below that, they couldn't see clearly. They didn't know how deep the cave was. It seemed like it led to the abyss of hell. Charge! Someone moved, flying towards the cave. It was safe and sound, without any abnormalities. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally rushed in like a swarm of bees. There were more than 100 people from the 3 super regions. However, these people were all terrifying geniuses. The weaker ones probably didn't follow. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a super region to have so few people. Even the Cloud Emperor mountain range had 98 people. The ones with the most people were those from the larger regions. There were no less than 500 people. More than 600 people flew towards the huge cave together. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and rushed down with the crowd. The cave was too big. They flew down for at least 10,000 meters. At this time, the cave became slanted instead of vertical. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a big battle broke out on one side of the cave. "Get lost, the dragon grass is mine." "Who said it's yours?" "I found it first." Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was heard. The next moment, a scream was heard. One person was killed. Lu Ming's sharp eyes saw a young man plucking a green spiritual grass from the wall of the cave. "Dragon grass, it's really the dragon grass." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Legend has it that the dragon grass was a kind of spiritual grass that grew from the saliva of a true dragon after a long time. It had the aura of a true dragon and was extremely precious. It seemed that a true dragon really lived here a long time ago. "There's one here too," someone exclaimed. "It's mine." "You're courting death. You want to get the dragon grass?" A big battle broke out and the killing began. Suddenly, screams were heard. Huang Qishuan's figure flashed and 5 or 6 young experts had their hearts crushed by him. "A bunch of trash want to get the dragon grass?" "Die." Huang Qishan said coldly. "Go, take all the dragon grass you see." Huang Qishan ordered the experts of Lake Phoenix. "Yes." Instantly, the dozens of experts of Lake Phoenix scattered and flew to different parts of the cave. Not only Lake Phoenix, but the people of Yangshuan Valley and Scarlet Flame Mountain Range did the same. "Damn it." Some of the experts of the bigger regions roared. Before entering the dragon cave, Huang Qishan and the others had allowed the people of the bigger regions to enter because they were afraid that they would join forces. After all, each of the bigger regions had geniuses of martial ancestor realm and above. Once they joined forces, they would be a terrifying force. But now that they had entered the dragon cave, everyone wanted to search for treasures and did their own thing. How could they join forces? Huang Qishan and the others were naturally unrestrained. In the cave, fights for treasures and screams could be heard from time to time. 2 stalks of dragon grass. Lu Ming saw 2 stalks of green spirit grass on the wall of a cave. It was the dragon grass. His figure flashed and he rushed over. The others saw it but did not dare to snatch it from him. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the 2 stalks of dragon grass. He continued to fly along the wall of the cave. Die. In front, a genius of Lake Phoenix killed a youth with a sword and was about to pluck a stalk of dragon grass from the wall. Whoosh. Lu Ming directly rushed over and with a sweep of his true chi, he plucked the dragon grass and kept it. "You!" the youth of Lake Phoenix shouted angrily. But when he saw that it was Lu Ming, he immediately swallowed the rest of his words. He retreated unwillingly. More than 10 minutes later, the group flew for tens of thousands of meters. Suddenly, 3 caves appeared in front of them. The caves were forked. Whoosh, whoosh. The group randomly chose a cave and flew in. There were more than 100 people in each cave. Along the way, at least 100 people were killed. More than 600 people were reduced to 500 people. Lu Ming chose a cave on the left and flew along the wall. Wait, is that a dragon blood flower? Chapter 409. In the pit there were bright red flowers. These flowers were in the shape of a dragon, like a small dragon soaring in the sky. It was very lifelike. These were dragon blood flowers. According to legend, they could only grow from the blood of a true dragon. They were much more precious than dragon saliva grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With these dragon blood flowers, Lu Ming's true dragon battle art would probably be able to advance to the next level. Suddenly, an extremely sharp energy slashed towards Lu Ming. It was Huang Qixuan. At this moment, his eyes were cold as he slashed towards Lu Ming with his phoenix wings. 9 dragons trampling the sky. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped forward. Bang! Huang Qixuan's body flew out and Lu Ming crashed into the wall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming moved his hands and plucked more than 10 dragon blood flowers and kept them in the Temple of Paragon. Seeing Lu Ming keep the dragon blood flowers, Huang Qixuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly and a trace of killing intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next, he continued to advance in the cave. This cave was very wide and was definitely a place where true dragons entered and exited. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of him. There is a bone here. Is this a dragon bone? Haha, it's mine. You're courting death. Suddenly, there was a roar and shouts. Dragon bone? Lu Ming's heart jumped and he quickly flew in that direction. If it was really a dragon bone, its value would be terrifying. It was much more valuable than dragon saliva grass and dragon blood flowers. Phoenix Lake, Huang Qixuan, you're despicable. Before Lu Ming arrived, he heard angry roars and screams. Lu Ming turned into a flash of lightning and crossed a few miles in an instant. In front of him, there was a bone the size of a water tank embedded in the stone wall. The bone was crystal clear like jade and was filled with a sacred aura. It emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Huang Qixuan brought 5 or 6 experts from the Phoenix Lake and killed more than 10 youths from other regions. Aha, the dragon bone is mine. Huang Qixuan laughed. He reached out to grab the dragon bone and tried to pull it out, but the dragon bone didn't budge. So tight? Again. Huang Qixuan was about to use his full strength to pull out the dragon bone. Boom. Lu Ming arrived and instinctively kicked out. 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Damn it. Huang Qixuan was shocked. He quickly abandoned the dragon bone and used Phoenix Wing Slash. The other youths from Lake Phoenix also used their ultimate moves to block Lu Ming's attacks. Boom. Huang Qixuan's body swayed slightly. As for the other experts of Lake Phoenix, their faces paled and they almost spat out blood. However, Lu Ming's body also retreated rapidly. Apart from Huang Qixuan, the other 6 from Lake Phoenix were all 8th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were all Battle 3 geniuses. Together, they were extremely powerful. Brat, it's you again. The dragon bone is mine. You want to fight over it? You are courting death. Huang Qixuan roared. Yours? This is the dragon's cave. When did it become yours? Lu Ming sneered. Fine, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Let's attack together and kill him. Huang Qixuan roared. Then the Phoenix Wing Slash was used. The other 6 experts from Lake Phoenix also used their ultimate moves to attack Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A giant palm print formed and smashed towards the group from Lake Phoenix. Boom. A loud explosion shook the dragon's cave and energy overflowed. However, the surroundings of the dragon's cave were extremely hard. Even with their energy that could destroy a mountain, they could only knock down some rocks. The Heaven's Path palm print was pierced. Huang Qixuan and the others only swayed slightly before they continued to attack Lu Ming. Brat, you will die today. Huang Qixuan's eyes were cold. You want to bully me with your numbers? Do you think I am afraid of you? Dandan egg, smash for me. Lu Ming lightly patted the stone egg hanging on his hair. Dandan, this was a name that Lu Ming casually gave to the stone egg. Immediately, the stone egg shook slightly and turned into the size of a human head. With a swoosh, it rushed towards one of the experts from Lake Phoenix. Break for me. The expert from Lake Phoenix clawed out, the claw light shocking the sky. But in the next moment he was stunned. Dandan completely ignored the claw light and rushed past. Then it bounced up and smashed towards the nose of the expert from Lake Phoenix. Gotcha. This time the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then it was followed by a mournful scream. Lu Ming realized that it was really miserable. His nose had completely caved in. His bones were broken and his flesh was badly mangled. Even his mother would not be able to recognize him. Shwa. Dandan flew back and jumped up and down in front of Lu Ming. seemed to be very excited. Huang Qixin and the others were dumbfounded. Damn it, what did you use? You actually sneak attacked, despicable. Huang Qixin roared. Despicable? Huang Qixin, you scum actually dared to talk to me about despicable? You are not worthy. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Damn it, kill. Huang Qixin roared. Dandan, smash. Lu Ming said. Dandan was so excited that she jumped up and spun around. Then she flew forward with a swoosh. Block it, smash it. Huang Qixin roared and released his strongest attack. The others did the same. But it was useless. Dandan completely ignored these attacks and rushed past. Another young man from Lake Phoenix was smashed in the face. Instantly, the sound of bones breaking and a mournful scream could be heard. This young man also followed in the footsteps of the previous one. His nose and mouth were all caved in. His face was completely unrecognizable. It was a tragic sight. Although he didn't die, he couldn't even use much of his strength. Hiss, hiss. The remaining young men from Lake Phoenix sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the miserable state of the two young men, their teeth chattered and their backs turned cold. Who's next? Lu Ming's gaze scanned the area. Damn it, this stone egg isn't afraid of energy attacks. Use weapons. Huang Qixin roared. Is that so? Then it's you, Huang Qixin. Lu Ming pointed at Huang Qixin. Shua. Dandan directly flew out. Scram for me. Huang Qixin wore a pair of spirit weapon gloves and clawed at Dandan. Just as he was about to grab Dandan, Dandan jumped up and changed direction, smashing towards Huang Qixin. Ah! Huang Qixin roared and quickly retreated. His hands desperately protected his face, but he was still a step too late. It accurately smashed into his face. A miserable scream followed by an angry roar rang out. Huang Qixin waved his claws. The moment Dandan smashed into him, he also smashed into Dandan's body. Dandan was sent flying. Midway, it changed direction and flew back to Lu Ming's side. It bounced back and forth, seemingly unhappy. Lu Ming looked at Huang Qixin. Although Huang Qixin was smashed, he wasn't as miserable as the others. But he still didn't feel good. His nose was completely crooked and several of his teeth were missing. Blood flowed out. He was in a sorry state. Huang Qixin roared again and again. Some passers-by were dumbfounded. Chapter 410. What are you shouting for? Continue Heaven's Palm. Lu Ming blasted out a palm. Heaven's Palm imprint blasted forward. At the same time, Dandan followed the Heaven's Palm imprint and rushed forward. Huang Qixin and the others' faces turned green. On one hand, they had to block the Heaven's Palm imprint and on the other hand, they had to guard against Dandan. How could they fight? You guys blocked the palm imprint. Huang Qixin shouted. He did not dare to be distracted, otherwise he would be smashed by Dandan. Boom. The other experts of Phoenix Lake worked together to block the palm imprint while Huang Qixin stared at Dandan. The palm force rumbled. Without Huang Qixin, the experts of Phoenix Lake could not block Lu Ming's palm force. Each of them trembled and coughed out blood. At the same time, Dandan also rushed in and smashed towards Huang Qixin. This time Huang Qixin was even more miserable. Although he tried his best to block, he was still smashed heavily. This time his teeth were smashed away. His mouth was crooked and his nose caved in. His originally handsome face turned into a pile of dog shit. Live? Huang Qixin roared, but because his mouth was leaking air, he originally wanted to say, I. But in the end he said live. Swish. Dandan flew back and jumped up and down on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming felt that this guy was very excited. Gather, go. Quickly gather, go. Huang Qixin roared with his mouth leaking air. Right now he could no longer care about the dragon bone. If he stayed, he was afraid that he would be smashed to death by the stone egg. With a roar, he led the people of Phoenix Lake and ran away. However, the sullen feeling in his heart, he did not want to mention it. Ah, take care, I won't send you off. Lu Ming laughed. Huang Qixin and the others almost vomited blood. In the distance, when the others saw this scene, they felt their eyelids twitching non-stop. They secretly warned themselves not to provoke Lu Ming, this ruthless person. Lu Ming came to the stone wall and sized up the dragon bone. The dragon bone was snow white like jade, sparkling and translucent. One side was embedded in the stone wall while the other side was exposed outside. What was exposed was about the thickness of a water tank and a meter long. He could clearly feel the surging essence chi in his bones. Perhaps these really are dragon bones. Otherwise, who knows how many years have passed, but they still contain so much essence energy. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. With this dragon bone, his true dragon battle art might be able to take a few steps forward. Then Lu Ming grabbed the dragon bone with both hands and pulled it out with all his might. Gotcha. Creaking sounds came from the stone wall, but it was not pulled out. Again? Lu Ming let out a low growl as the muscles all over his body bulged. He unleashed his physical strength to the maximum. At the same time, the true dragon battle art was fully unleashed. Lu Ming stepped on the wall, grabbed the dragon bone with both hands and pulled with all his might. Bang! Bang! The stone wall beneath Lu Ming's feet exploded. However, the dragon bone also loosened and was slowly pulled out. Finally, with a bang, the entire dragon bone was pulled out. It was a 3-meter-long bone that was as thick as a water tank. However, the deeper it went, the thinner it became. This looks like a phalanx. Lu Ming looked at it curiously. It looked like a phalanx of a true dragon. Great harvest. What a great harvest. Lu Ming grinned as he kept the phalanx in the Temple of Paragon. Not far away, the others looked on enviously, but no one dared to fight for it. What a joke. Didn't they see how badly the genius from Lake Phoenix was beaten up? After keeping the dragon bone, Lu Ming continued to move forward. Along the way they did not encounter any precious treasures. After about a dozen miles they saw a light ahead. That's a huge underground cave. It's the resting place of a true dragon. Go go. Suddenly, everyone's hearts burned with passion as they rushed toward the light. Whoosh. Lu Ming rushed out of the cave and appeared in an extremely wide underground cave. This underground cave was too wide. It was more than a dozen miles wide and a few thousand meters tall. The walls of the cave were inlaid with night stones that lit up the cave. Whoosh, whoosh. Air-rending sounds could be heard. At this moment, Lu Ming then noticed that there were 2 huge holes in the surrounding walls. One by one figures flew in. They were Bu Fifan from the Scarlet Flame Mountain region and Sun Chu from the Yanchuan Valley region. Previously, there were 3 forks and they had entered the other 2 forks. It turned out that this was the final destination. This is the resting place of a true dragon. There must be a supreme treasure here. Hey, there's a jade bed over there. It's so big. After a while, most of them flew toward the center of the underground cave. There was a huge jade bed over there. It was about 100 meters long and wide. It was extremely shocking. Go away, you ants. Boom. Bu Fifan's body emitted a terrifying aura as he slashed out with his saber. A huge flaming saber radiance swept across and killed a dozen youths instantly. Quick, avoid the people from the super regions. The people from the super regions were horrified and quickly dodged. Kill. Bu Fifan laughed and took the lead. The flaming saber radiance slashed out violently and no one was a match for him. On the other side, Sun Chu was also rushing forward. Clang. A sword radiance flashed across the sky. Xian Feng stepped on the sword radiance and moved forward. The people around him avoided him. Get out of my way. Huang Qishuan's mouth was leaking air as he shouted. He brought the people of Phoenix Lake and charged forward. Almost everyone's target was the jade bed. What's that? A scale? Is that a dragon scale? Someone exclaimed. In the middle of the jade bed there was a scale. This scale was very special. It was the size of a water tank and was emitting a powerful dragon aura. It was definitely a dragon scale. The scale of a true dragon was definitely a supreme treasure. Kill, it's mine. Sun Chu roared. Sun Chu, don't even think about it. The dragon scale is mine. Bu Fifan roared. Boom. Boom. Immediately a great battle broke out. Those who rushed forward were caught in the battle. Screams were heard. Almost in an instant hundreds of people were killed. The smell of blood filled the air and corpses covered the ground. Boom. Sun Chu, Bu Fifan, Xian Feng and Huang Qishuan, the 4 great experts, fought together. No one wanted the other to get the dragon scale. Lu Ming did not move. His eyes were not on the jade bed but the depths of the cave. There were stone walls on 3 sides of the cave. There were luminous stones on the walls. Only that direction was dark. It was not a stone wall. It seemed to be empty and there were wisps of black mist lingering in the air. As soon as Lu Ming entered, he felt the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body become restless. It seemed to be thirsting for that direction. Yes, thirsting for it. What was in that direction? Lu Ming was very curious. Forget it, I'll get the dragon scale first. Then Lu Ming moved and pounced on the dragon scale. Kid, don't even think about it. Stop right there. When he was about to get close to the dragon scale, 2 terrifying attacks attacked Lu Ming. One was a phoenix wing and the other was a flaming saber. Huang Qishuan and Bu Fifan attacked him. Chapter 4:11. Swish, swish. Lu Ming, Huang Qishuan, Xian Feng, Bu Fifan, and Sun Chu stood in the air, facing each other. The others were still fighting. Huang Qishan, you got guts, huh? Do you want to be beaten up again? Lu Ming looked at Huang Qishan unhappily. Brat, don't be arrogant. Huang Qishan said coldly. He condensed his true energy to replace his teeth to avoid the awkwardness of his speech. On the side, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu looked at Lu Ming with a solemn expression. Of course, they noticed Huang Qishuan's miserable state. Could it be that he was beaten up by Lu Ming? If that was the case, they would have to re-evaluate Lu Ming. Everyone, this brat is very sinister. He has a hidden weapon that is impossible to guard against. I was ambushed by his hidden weapon. I suggest we work together to kill this brat first, then we can fight for the dragon scale. Huang Qishan said coldly. Hee, is that so? Lu Ming suddenly patted Dandan. Swish. Dandan flew out, smashing towards Huang Qishan. You, what are you doing? Huang Qishan roared. He was so angry that he was bleeding internally. Lu Ming did not play by the rules. Since he could not win the argument, he immediately took action. What was this? Huang Qishan used all his strength to resist. But, bang! Dandan still smashed his face. His face, which had recovered a little, was smashed into dog shit again. Huang Qishan roared like a madman, almost losing his mind. His face was smashed again and again. Huang Qishan felt like he was going crazy. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming's stone egg was too strange. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and it could ignore all kinds of energy attacks. It was impossible to guard against. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were extremely solemn. Everyone, now that Huang Qishan is injured, his battle prowess has been greatly reduced. Why don't we join forces and kill Huang Qishan first? We will have one less competitor. Lu Ming shouted. Unconsciously, Sun Chu, Bu Fifan, and the others' gazes shifted to Huang Qishan. Lu Ming was right. The situation would be clearer if he killed one of them first. As for killing Lu Ming, although they wanted to, they didn't have the guts. If they were hit by Lu Ming's stone egg, they wouldn't feel good. Huang Qishan felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by these people. He shrieked and retreated 100 meters, cautiously looking at Bu Fifan, Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely unfriendly. He really wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Huang Qishan. What the hell is this? Help. At this moment, some of the people who were fighting suddenly cried out in alarm. Lu Ming and the others were startled and couldn't help but look over. Around the underground cavern, there were wisps of blood chi rising from the ground. The smell of blood assailed their nostrils. On the ground, strange patterns appeared out of nowhere. What was even more shocking was that blood-red tentacles stretched out from the ground, entangling some of the experts. Those experts struggled with all their might, but they couldn't break free from the blood-red tentacles. My blood. Those who were entangled screamed in horror because their blood was being sucked away by these tentacles. In less than a dozen breaths, more than a dozen people were sucked dry, dying an unnatural death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their teeth chattering. They remembered that before they entered the dragon cave, they also saw a large number of corpses outside. Those corpses were also sucked dry of blood, just like the scene in front of them. How could this be? What is this thing? Swish, swish. The patterns on the ground glowed, and the number of tentacles increased. More and more people were entangled. Run, quickly run, this is a demonic land. Run. Many people screamed in horror and turned around to run. Let's go, let's get out of here. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others gritted their teeth and gave the order to retreat. Although the dragon scales were precious, they needed to be alive to use them. This place was too strange. It was not worth it to stay here and lose their lives. Today none of you will leave. At this moment, a sinister voice sounded. Swish, swish. Suddenly, figures appeared on the walls of the underground cavern. These figures were dressed in black robes. They were hiding in the holes in the walls and no one noticed them. There were about 100 of them. As soon as these people appeared, their hands shot out rays of light into the ground. The patterns on the ground shone brightly. Then more blood-red tentacles rushed out from the ground, blocking everyone's path of retreat. There were at least a few thousand tentacles, waving wildly and entangling the crowd. This time, 50 to 60 people were entangled by the tentacles. They screamed in horror as their blood was sucked dry. After their blood was sucked dry, more tentacles rushed out from the ground. This is the Great Inscription Formation. Who are you? Bu Fifan slashed out with his saber. A blazing saber ray shot out and cut off 5 or 6 tentacles. However, the severed tentacles quickly grew back. I spent so much effort to set up the Grand Annihilation formation. How could you possibly break it? The sinister voice sounded again. A young man in a blood-red robe walked out from the darkness. There was a lifelike blood-red dragon embroidered on his blood-red robe. The young man's face was very pale and he looked extremely sinister. Tell me, who are you? Bu Fifan shouted. Hee, since you're going to die here today, there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The young man in the blood-red robe smiled. What? You're from the Dragon Burial Abyss? Bu Fifan and the others exclaimed in disbelief. It was not that the other party was strong. On the contrary, the Dragon Burial Abyss had always been very mysterious, just like the ancient Desolation City. However, the ancient Desolation City had a peerless expert. However, the Dragon Burial Abyss was different. There were very few experts who came out of the Dragon Burial Abyss. There had never been a genius from the Dragon Burial Abyss who participated in the selection of the Imperial Divine Guards. Therefore, no one knew the true strength of the Dragon Burial Abyss. They only roughly classified it as a large area. This time, not only did the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss appear, but they also set up a great formation to kill them. No wonder they were shocked. Impossible? How did you get in? Sun Chu shouted. When they came in, they did not see the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Moreover, according to the young man in the blood-red robe, they seemed to have set up the formation a long time ago. You're so naive. Do you think there's only one entrance to the Dragon Cave? The young man in the blood-red robe sneered. Let me tell you, the reason why the Dragon Cave appeared was because of us. We deciphered the inscriptions of the Dragon Cave to attract geniuses like you. As long as I kill you and absorb your blood, my Dragon Devourer divine skill will reach the greater success stage. In this selection of the Imperial Divine Guards, I will definitely become one of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards and lead the Dragon Burial Abyss to the peak. Ah. Chapter 412. A trap. Everything was a trap. Everyone understood that everything was a trap set up by the people of Dragon Burial Abyss. Although they didn't know what method the people of Dragon Burial Abyss used, the reason why the Dragon Cave appeared was because of them. The reason was that the genius of Dragon Burial Abyss wanted to use their blood to cultivate a divine technique. You want my blood? Dream on. Huang Qixin roared. His arms shook as he used the Crimson Phoenix Slash. Under one attack, more than a dozen tentacles were cut off. Unfortunately, it was useless as more tentacles would be formed soon. Haha, it's useless. My trap is foolproof. Just wait for your death. The blood-robed youth sneered. Let's join forces and rush in the same direction. Xian Feng, who had been silent, said. Okay, I agree. I agree too. Bu Fifan and Sun Chu nodded. Lu Ming also nodded. Okay, let's go. Huang Qixin roared as he used the Phoenix Wing Slash and rushed towards the exit. Clang. Whoosh. Sword light, saber light, fist light, spear light. They gathered together and rushed towards the exit. In an instant, more than 100 tentacles were destroyed. Before the tentacles could recover, they had already rushed a few hundred meters away. Use all your strength to control the array and stop them. The blood-robed youth's expression changed as he roared. Around him, more than 100 youths of Dragon Burial Abyss shouted in unison. True chi surged as inscriptions formed in their hands and sank into the ground. All of a sudden, more tentacles appeared around Lu Ming and the rest. They were densely packed and constantly entangled toward them. For a moment, even if they joined forces, they couldn't break out. Kill. At this moment, the blood-robed youth shouted as his figure flashed and rushed into the array. His movement technique was like a ghost as he flashed among the tentacles. Those tentacles ignored him. Die. The blood-robed youth clawed out. His claw was as red as blood and his target was Huang Qixin. Huang Qixin was obviously injured and he wanted to kill him first. Huang Qixin roared as he used the Phoenix Wing Slash to clash with the blood-robed youth's claw. Boom. Huang Qixuan's body shook as he staggered back. The blood-robed youth's figure flashed and disappeared among the tentacles. Bu Fifan and the others wanted to help, but it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh. The blood-robed youth flickered a few times and appeared behind Huang Qixin. His blood-red claws were like the claws of a blood dragon as they clawed at Huang Qixin. Huang Qixin fought back with all his might. It had to be said that the blood-robed youth's strength was extremely terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than Huang Qixin at his peak. Huang Qixin was not a match at all. With the tentacles wrapped around him, Huang Qixin was completely at a disadvantage. After several moves, Huang Qixuan's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a tentacle wrapped around Huang Qixin. Break! Huang Qixin roared and struggled with all his might. However, he was only able to break free from a few tentacles. Around him, even more tentacles wrapped around him. No, save me. Huang Qixin panicked and cried out in shock. Slash slash. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the rest exerted their full strength, trying to save Huang Qixin. Usually they couldn't wait for each other to die. But now they were all in the same boat. One less person meant one less power. If you want to save him, take care of yourself first. The blood-robe youth sneered. In a flicker he charged towards Bu Fifan, exchanging several moves with Bu Fifan. Ah! Huang Qixin screamed miserably. His body shriveled up rapidly as the blood in his body was sucked out. Save me, ah! Huang Qixin screamed, his voice was filled with unwillingness and fear. Several breaths later, his screams came to an abrupt end as he turned into a dried corpse. Huang Qixin, the strongest person in a super region, a rare genius who had reached the fourth battle, died in this place, turning into a dried corpse. Ah! Screams echoed in the surroundings. At this time, less than 100 people had died. Most of the young experts' blood had been sucked out. After absorbing so many young geniuses' blood, the Annihilation Array's power became even more terrifying. The entire cavern was filled with blood-red tentacles. At this time, those tentacles actually merged together. Several tentacles merged into one, their power was even more terrifying. Even Lu Ming and the rest found it difficult to defeat them. As for the remaining 100 or so young geniuses, they were entangled by the tentacles in just a few breaths' time. Screams continued to echo as the Annihilation Array became even more frenzied. Inside the array, only Lu Ming, Bu Fifan, Sun Chu and Shen Feng were left. At this time, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu's eyes flickered with fear. Lu Ming frowned, while Shen Feng's face was cold and stern. Haha, only the 4 of you are left, all of you can die. The blood-robe youth laughed loudly. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around and took a step forward. This step was not in the direction of the exit. Instead, it was in the opposite direction of the exit. It was in the direction of the pitch-black darkness. Boom. 7 to 8 tentacles were destroyed. Lu Ming rushed forward, his long spear thrusting out. The power of wind and fire merged, destroying 3 tentacles that were trying to entangle him. What are you doing? Bu Fifan roared. At this critical moment, Lu Ming actually dashed in the opposite direction. It was fine if he was courting death, but their strength had been weakened. Sun Chu's face was extremely ugly. Only Shen Feng's expression did not change. Even the blood-robe youth was slightly stunned. Is this brat stupid? The blood-robe youth sneered. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming did not say a word as he continued to charge inside. Ignore that brat, we'll charge with all our strength. Bu Fifan roared. The 3 of them worked together and continued to charge outside. That brat is charging inside. That's a dead end, only death awaits. Use all your strength to control the array and deal with those 3. The blood-robe youth ordered. Immediately, the 100 or so young geniuses controlled the array, and more tentacles rushed towards Bu Fifan and the rest. With this, the number of tentacles in front of Lu Ming decreased by several times, greatly reducing the pressure on him. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming continuously blasted out several Heaven's Path palm imprints, destroying a large number of tentacles in front of him. Lu Ming continued to charge forward. It seemed that Lu Ming was about to charge out of the array and enter the dark place. The blood-robe youth's eyes flashed as he muttered, No, this brat's behavior is strange. He might have something to rely on. I have to stop him first. With a flash, the blood-robe youth's body appeared in front of Lu Ming like a ghost. Stay here. The blood-robe youth shouted coldly as his blood claw grabbed at Lu Ming. A strong wind whistled, filled with the smell of blood. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust out his long spear and collided with the blood-red claw. A powerful force surged, and Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated 2 steps. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted as he stepped out. I've said that none of you can leave the array. Become my nourishment and help me cultivate a divine skill. The blood-robe youth shouted coldly as his blood claw clashed with Lu Ming's foot. Immediately both of them retreated 3 steps. Dandan. Lu Ming suddenly slapped the stone egg. Whoosh. Chapter 413. As soon as Dandan rushed out, the surrounding tentacles wrapped around Dandan. Humph, I have the final say in this formation. Your tricks are all in vain. At first, the red-robed young man snorted calmly, but the next moment, he screamed in panic. Because Dandan completely ignored the tentacles and directly hit the red-robed young man's face. The red-robed young man tried his best to dodge, but in the end, bang! Dandan hit his face and blood splattered everywhere. The red-robed young man's face was smashed into dog poop. Ah! The blood-robed youth hollered and his figure flashed continuously. He distanced himself from Lu Ming and hollered furiously, damn it, damn it. Control the array and kill him. Whoosh! Some of the tentacles rushed toward Lu Ming. Quick, quick, quick. Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and rushed forward. He performed the heavenly palm and 9 dragon sky step continuously. Previously, most of the tentacles were used to deal with Bu Fifan and the other two. The tentacles on his side were relatively weak, and he immediately opened a passage. Bang, bang, bang. The tentacles exploded one by one, and Lu Ming rushed out for thousands of meters in an instant. He was close to the dark area. When he got closer, he saw that it was an abyss. On the other side of the cave was an abyss. The abyss was so dark that he couldn't see how deep it was. It was filled with black fog and looked extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Those tentacles rushed toward Lu Ming crazily, and they were several times denser than before. Go to hell, boy. The red-robed young man's eyes were extremely cold. Haha. Lu Ming sneered and kicked out. The last few tentacles in front of him were smashed by him. Then he leaped into the abyss. Damn it. The red-robed young man flashed and appeared beside the abyss. He looked at the abyss with fear, but he didn't dare to chase after him. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 black-robed figures appeared beside the red-robed young man. Senior brother, what should we do? This guy jumped into the abyss. Should we chase after him? A black-robed man asked. There's no need for that. This abyss is the most dangerous place in the dragon's lair. Even though I've cultivated the dragon devourer godly skill, I'll still die if I go down there. This guy will definitely die if he jumps down there. However, it's too easy for him to die in the abyss. The blood-robed young man said coldly. Now, go all out and kill the 3 of them. The scarlet-robed young man pointed at Bu Fifan and the other 2. Yes. The black-robed man responded and controlled the formation with all his might. Lu Ming didn't know what was happening above. He jumped down into the abyss and suddenly felt a strong force sweeping over him. His body couldn't help but fall down rapidly. Huff huff, gusts of wind blew past his ears, and the surroundings were filled with black fog. Through the black fog, Lu Ming discovered that the abyss was unfathomably wide. It was also very deep. Lu Ming fell for at least tens of thousands of meters before he felt his body lighten. The energy disappeared and he could fly again. Lu Ming operated his true chi to stop his falling momentum and slowly floated down. After about a kilometer they finally reached the bottom. Kacha. When Lu Ming stepped on the ground there was a kacha sound. Lu Ming looked down and was slightly surprised. The ground was covered in white bones. Human bones. Lu Ming took a glance and gasped a breath of cold air. The ground was littered with skeletons. It was unknown how many skeletons there were, but they covered the ground. Moreover, they were all in human form. Could it be that the human martial artists who broke into this place over the endless years have all turned into white bones? Lu Ming thought to himself. He couldn't help but become serious. He focused his attention and observed his surroundings at all times. There was silence all around. There was no sound at all. Coupled with the white bones on the ground, Lu Ming felt like he had come to the abyss of hell. The 9 Dragons bloodline is unusually restless and seems to be very excited. There must be something here that attracted the 9 Dragons bloodline. I should search around. Lu Ming thought and began to move forward and observe his surroundings. Lu Ming activated his true chi and walked on air, ignoring the white bones. After walking for a few kilometers he still didn't find anything. Woo-woo. At this moment a gust of wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. The gust of wind was cold, blowing on his body, giving him goosebumps. Suddenly there was a loud roar and energy overflowed. A black shadow pounced on Lu Ming with an extremely terrifying momentum. Lu Ming was shocked. He pulled out his spear and collided with the black shadow. Bang! With a loud bang, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy, like the water of the sea, surging toward him. His body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat. The blood in his body was in turmoil. This is a dragon? At this moment, Lu Ming saw what the black shadow that attacked him was. It was actually a huge dragon. There were 5 dragon claws on its abdomen and its entire body was pitch black. 5 claws, a true dragon. No, it's not a true dragon. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw that this true dragon was not a physical body, but was condensed from energy. It was condensed from a kind of black energy. This energy was filled with tyranny, ferocity, and evil. The black dragon's attack missed and it roared again, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Before it arrived, it brought about a violent gust of wind, whistling through the air. 9 dragons trampling the sky. Lu Ming stepped out and collided with the black dragon. In the next moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and he quickly retreated. This black dragon's strength was too strong, surpassing Lu Ming's by a large margin. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't want to continue the battle and turned to run. That black dragon roared and chased after him. Before Lu Ming ran 100 meters, there was another roar in front of him. A black dragon that was dozens of meters long appeared and pounced on Lu Ming. Another one. There were 2 dragons in front and behind, forming a pincer attack. It wasn't over yet. There were loud roars from both sides and 2 more black dragons appeared. Lu Ming's expression changed completely. He wasn't a match for 1 black dragon, let alone 4. Moreover, who knew if there were more? As if confirming Lu Ming's words, there were roars in the distance, rising and falling. There were at least a dozen of them. Lu Ming's face turned red and he wanted to slap himself. Whatever he thought of, it really came. Amidst the roars, more than a dozen black dragons appeared, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Now I can only try the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming frowned. In the next moment, blood light surged and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. As soon as the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, it roared at those black dragons. Those black dragons trembled and stopped, looking at the 9 dragons' bloodline with some fear. It's really effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up in joy. The formation of these black dragons was definitely related to the true dragons, and the 9 dragons were above the true dragons. As expected, it had a deterrent effect on these black dragons. At this moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared and flew out. A powerful devouring force erupted from its mouth, enveloping a black dragon. That black dragon cried out in horror and struggled with all its might. Chapter 4:14. Following that, the 9 dragons' bloodline pulled forcefully. The giant dragon roared and large chunks of mist were actually pulled out. The black dragon's body was made of these mist clouds. These mist clouds twisted and rolled in the air, unusually evil. Evil fiendish aura. These mist clouds were all made of evil fiendish aura. Bang, bang. The 9 dragons' bloodline pulled again, and a series of explosions erupted from the black dragon's body, and a large number of mist clouds exploded. The mist clouds exploded, and a milky white gas was revealed in the black dragon's body. The milky white gas was about a meter long and was in the shape of a dragon. At this moment, it was trembling in fear. Could this be dragon essence? Lu Ming was dumbfounded at first, then ecstasy. Dragon essence was the essence of a true dragon's body, similar to a martial artist's true chi, but countless times stronger than a martial artist's true chi. This dragon essence could actually absorb the evil aura and fiendish aura between heaven and earth and condense into a black dragon. It definitely contained the essence of a true dragon's body. This was a supreme treasure to a martial artist. If a martial artist refined the dragon essence, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. And to Lu Ming it was even more precious. The true dragon battle art he cultivated was dragon-shaped true chi. If he refined this dragon essence, the true dragon battle art would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Haha, absorb for me. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and erupted with a powerful devouring power. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the 1-meter-long dragon essence into its mouth. Continue. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and pounced on the other black dragons. Although those black dragons were extremely powerful, in the face of the 9 dragons' bloodline, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. They were scared half to death and their strength was greatly reduced. In a few moves, the 9 dragons' bloodline caught another one, and the evil aura outside collapsed, revealing a dragon essence inside. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing another dragon essence. Then it continued to pounce on the next one. Those black dragons roared in horror and turned to run. My dragon essence, don't even think about running. Lu Ming broke into a run and gave chase. Just like that, roars sounded in this underground abyss. Half a day later, everything calmed down. 18 streaks of dragon essence, 18 streaks in total. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he sat cross-legged on a stone wall, his face flickering with excitement. Earlier he had killed a total of 18 black dragons and captured 18 dragon essences. Then he circled around again and only stopped when he was sure that there were no more black dragons. Now, let's start cultivating the true battle dragon art. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he extracted a strand of dragon essence from the 9 dragons' bloodline and started to circulate the true dragon battle art. When the dragon essence entered his meridians, the true energy in Lu Ming's body seemed to become excited. It wrapped around the dragon essence and refined it into true energy. In that moment, Lu Ming's true energy grew even more lifelike, almost as if it were a miniature dragon. His true chi became even more condensed. The true dragon battle art was rapidly improving. After refining the first strand, he continued with the second and the third. After Lu Ming refined the 5 dragon essences, the true chi in his body roared. The true dragon battle art had broken through from the 5th level to the 6th level. His true chi was 7 times more condensed than an ordinary person. This was not enough. He continued to refine the dragon essences. 2 days later, the remaining dragon essences were all refined. The true dragon battle art had broken through another level and reached the 7th level. His true chi was 8 times more condensed than an ordinary person. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased by a level, reaching the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with endless power and his true chi was incomparably condensed. With a wave of his hand, his true chi condensed into a spear light and shot into the ground, piercing a bottomless hole in the ground. The spear that Lu Ming condensed with his true chi was comparable to an ordinary level 4 spirit weapon. That was because Lu Ming's true chi was too condensed. The weapon that was condensed was incomparably sturdy. This allowed Lu Ming's battle strength to increase by a large margin. The true dragon battle art has risen by 2 levels. My current battle strength has definitely reached the level of a 5 battle genius. Lu Ming pondered. 2 levels of the true dragon battle art had allowed Lu Ming's battle strength to surpass a limit, reaching the level of a 5 battle genius. A 5 battle genius, if this were to be known, it would scare people to death. If I were to fight Huang Qishan now, I would be able to kill him within 3 moves. Lu Ming measured his own battle strength. His cultivation was the same as Huang Qishuan's, reaching the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. His battle strength was also at the level of a 5 battle genius, while Huang Qishan was only at the level of a 4 battle genius. Lu Ming's battle strength was a level higher than Huang Qishuan's. It would not be difficult to kill him within 3 moves. Lu Ming withdrew his cultivation and rose to his feet. Let's see if there's anything else in this abyss. Lu Ming began to look around. The abyss was huge, spanning over 10 miles. Lu Ming walked around for half a day but did not discover anything. It seemed like there were only 18 of those black dragons and they were all killed by Lu Ming. He did not discover any other living creatures or spirit herbs. Apart from bones, there was nothing else. An hour later. There's a stone carving there. In the depths of the abyss, Lu Ming saw a stone carving on a wall. The stone carving was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, with a true dragon carved on it. The true dragon scales were of 3 different colors. What a realistic stone carving! Lu Ming exclaimed as he looked at the stone carving. The true dragon seemed to be real, as if it was a real dragon that was embedded in the stone wall. It emitted an aura that could devour everything and dominate the world. Boom! Lu Ming looked at it and suddenly, there was an explosion in his mind. Following that, he discovered that his surroundings had changed. He discovered that he was in a layer of clouds, which was formed by flames. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the clouds, while a fierce wind howled in all directions. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Lu Ming was shocked to discover that a real dragon with scales of 3 different colors was surging and flying in the clouds. It was more than 10,000 meters long and had 5 dragon claws. It was extremely terrifying as it walked in the air. A true dragon. Lu Ming actually saw a true dragon. The 3-colored true dragon roared at the sky. In an instant, the heavens and earth cracked and a long crack appeared. Lu Ming felt a rumble in his mind, as if a piece of information flew into his mind. In the next moment, the heavens and earth changed and the true dragon disappeared. Lu Ming discovered that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone carving on the stone wall. What's going on? Was it all an illusion just now? No, there's an additional piece of information in my mind. It's real. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he began to organize the information in his mind. The 3 unique skills of the dragon god. The information in his mind was actually a martial technique called the 3 unique skills of the dragon god. Moreover, it was a spear technique. Spear technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Currently, his strongest attacks were the 9 dragons' heaven ascending steps and the heaven's path palm. His spear technique was his weakest. He had always wanted to find a spear technique to cultivate, but spear techniques were much more lacking compared to sword, blade, fist, and palm techniques. He had never found a suitable one. Now, what about the spear technique he obtained from the true dragon stone carving? Chapter 4:15. According to this information, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god was created by a true dragon named Lei Su. Lu Ming closed his eyes and read carefully. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Amazing, this is too amazing. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. According to the records, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god needed to comprehend 3 types of concepts of heaven and earth. Moreover, the 3 types of concepts had to be completely merged together to cultivate to the highest level. Above the force was the concept. They were the 3 concepts of wind, fire, and thunder. Only by comprehending these 3 concepts and merging them together could one cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god to the highest level. However, it was not necessary to comprehend 3 concepts to cultivate. According to the records, one could cultivate if they comprehended 1 concept, but the power would be much weaker. If one comprehended 1 concept and cultivated the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, the power of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god would be about the same as a superior earth-class martial skill. If one comprehended 2 concepts and merged them together, the power would reach the inferior heaven-class martial skill. If one comprehended 3 concepts, the power would reach the superior heaven-class martial skill. According to Lei Su's speculation, 3 concepts were not the limit. If one could comprehend 4 concepts and merge them together, the power of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god would be even stronger. Unfortunately, Lei Su had been born with 3 concepts. In the end, he did not comprehend the 4th concept. Concept, I am still too far away. Even my force has not reached perfection. Lu Ming sighed. Could it be that I can't cultivate without comprehending a concept? Lu Ming was somewhat indignant. He carefully read the information in his mind. After a while, he revealed a trace of joy. This time he had a new discovery. It was not necessary to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth to cultivate. As long as one comprehended the corresponding force, they could cultivate it. However, they could not cultivate it to a high level. Lu Ming had comprehended the wind and fire force, which corresponded with the wind and fire concepts. If he cultivated the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, the power of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god would be equivalent to an inferior heaven-class martial skill. However, with Lu Ming's current 2 types of force that were at the limit of large success, he could at most cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god to the 1st level. Only when both potentials reached perfection could one cultivate to the 2nd level. This was the limit. If one wanted to cultivate to a higher level, they would have to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Haha, the 1st level is fine too. Lu Ming laughed heartily, very satisfied. One had to know that he had merged 2 forces, and the 2 forces had already merged successfully. Cultivating the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god was equivalent to a low-grade heaven-rank martial skill. The 1st level of a heaven-class low-grade martial skill was already stronger than the highest level of an earth-class martial skill. In other words, as long as Lu Ming cultivated the 1st level of the 3 ultimates of dragon god, its power would completely surpass the Heaven's Path Palm and become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. In the future, when my wind and fire evolves into the state of heaven and earth, I will go and comprehend the state of thunder. Then, the might of this 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god will be very strong. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. This stone inscription actually contains such a strong ultimate skill. How wonderful. Let me take a look again. Immediately, Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription and looked at it seriously. Whoosh! The environment suddenly changed. This time it was different from the last time. This time Lu Ming appeared in a starry sky. Brr! A dragon's roar rang out as a 3-colored true dragon flew through the starry sky. Its 5 dragon claws took 1 step at a time as it stepped forward. Every step it took caused the world to rumble and space to crack open like a spider web. True dragon steps. Lu Ming's body trembled. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the tricolored true dragon's claws. The true dragon steps reminded him of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Although the 9 dragons were stronger than the true dragon, that level was too far away from Lu Ming. Not to mention the 9 dragons, even the true dragon was tens of thousands of times stronger than Lu Ming. The true dragon steps were similar to the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Instantly Lu Ming felt enlightened. Some parts of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps that he couldn't comprehend were instantly cleared up. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Then he took a step forward. Rumble. Heaven and earth roared. This piece of heaven and earth suddenly shattered and the environment changed. Lu Ming discovered that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone inscriptions. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Let me test it out. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon. He didn't dare to test it in the abyss. He was afraid that he would destroy the abyss if he took a step out. Everything else was fine, but it would be a pity if he destroyed the stone inscription. 9 dragons heaven trampling steps. Suddenly Lu Ming whispered. Then he took a step forward. Bang! The moment he stepped on the platform of the Temple of Paragon, the entire Temple of Paragon shook. Luckily, the Temple of Paragon was 9 Suns Supreme's treasure. With Lu Ming's cultivation he couldn't destroy it. The Temple of Paragon only shook a little, then calmed down. Then Lu Ming took another step forward. This step was not to start from scratch. Instead, it was to build on the foundation of the first step and take another step forward. 9 dragons heaven trampling steps. Second step. Lu Ming had finally mastered the second step. Buzz. Heaven and earth rumbled. A mysterious aura rippled under Lu Ming's feet. Boom. With this step, the Temple of Paragon shook violently again. This time it was even more violent than before. Whoosh. Then Lu Ming took a deep breath. What a strong pressure. Lu Ming thought. 9 dragons heaven trampling steps. With every step his body would feel a strong pressure. With 2 consecutive steps the pressure would increase exponentially. Of course, its power was also terrifying. Its power has surpassed the heaven path palm. It barely reaches the power of a heaven-level low class. According to the records of the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, the first 2 steps can be considered as laying the foundation. The increase in power is not very obvious. From the 3rd step onwards, the power will increase exponentially with each step. That is terrifying. However, the difficulty of cultivation will also increase exponentially. This stone inscription is amazing. Let me take a look. Then Lu Ming looked at the stone inscription again. The environment changed again. This time he was still in the same starry sky. The tricolor true dragon was striding over. This time Lu Ming merely observed carefully. There were no other strange movements. Not long after, the tricolor true dragon's body started to change rapidly. In the end, it turned into a handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a tricolor robe. A long spear appeared in his hand and he started to dance. This is the 3 skills of the dragon god. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He looked at it carefully. The 3 skills of the dragon god had 3 moves. They were the true dragon strike, the 1000 dragons kill, and the ultimate strike. The first 2 moves could be cultivated regardless of how many intents and forces one had comprehended. Only the 3rd move, the ultimate strike, could be cultivated if one had comprehended the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning. Once it was successfully cultivated, its power would be incomparably terrifying. With a thrust of the spear, it would be able to pierce through everything. There was nothing it could not break. Unexpectedly, the stone inscription had a scene of Lei Su practicing his spear skills. This was a great help to Lu Ming. Chapter 416. Lu Ming immediately took out his long spear and started waving it around. The long spear danced like a dragon, bringing with it the power of wind and fire, and vaguely letting out a dragon roar. But after a while the dragon roar stopped abruptly, and Lu Ming also stopped cultivating. Although he failed, Lu Ming was not depressed. Of course, the 3 unique skills of the dragon god could not be cultivated so easily. Moreover, his power of wind and fire was only at the greater success stage. It was already very good to be able to cultivate the dragon roar on his first try, and it was all thanks to the stone inscription. Continue. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivation wholeheartedly. There were 2 main types of cultivation. One was the 3 unique skills of the dragon god, and the other was the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. Because these 2 types of cultivation could be enlightened by looking at the stone inscriptions, it was very helpful for cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed. There were only a few days left until the end of the Empyrean Divine Guard selection. At this time, all the geniuses in the entire Dongming ancient battlefield were gathering at the center of the battlefield. There, they would participate in the final test. In the Dragon's Cave, a huge underground cave, blood qi was rolling like an ocean. Suddenly, the blood qi surged and formed a huge blood-red dragon, rushing towards a blood-robed youth and entering his body in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The blood-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of blood-red light pierced through hundreds of meters of the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 100 black-robed men appeared in front of the blood-robed youth and shouted, "Congratulations, senior brother. Haha, it's all thanks to the blood of those geniuses this time. Unfortunately, one of them jumped into the abyss and the other one escaped. Otherwise, I would be able to reach a higher level. But this is enough. One of the 4 heavenly divine guards, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, will belong to me, Zongxing. The blood-robed youth laughed. Senior brother is invincible. The black-robed men flattered. Let's go. Let's go to the final test. The blood-robed youth smiled and led the group out of the dragon's cave, heading towards the central area. Not far away from the dragon's cave, there was a hidden valley. A young figure walked out of the valley. Lightning crackled around his body, and his aura shot up into the sky. If you want to die, wait until I know the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure. CT. The roar of a dragon resounded as the power of wind and fire converged, forming a 2-colored true dragon that roared out. The 3 absolutes of the dragon god, the limit of the first level. Unfortunately, if I want to break through to the second level, I need the power of wind and fire to reach perfection. After 2 months of cultivation, Xiaoqian had finally succeeded in cultivating the 3 absolutes of the dragon god. Furthermore, he had reached the limit of the first level. This was equivalent to an inferior heaven rank martial technique. It was already very rare to be able to cultivate it in such a short period of time. Unfortunately, I still haven't succeeded in cultivating the 3rd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming sighed. During this period of time, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps had also improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming felt that he was only 1 step away from cultivating the 3rd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Once he cultivated the 3rd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, its power would increase crazily. The power of the 3rd step was equivalent to the 6th level of an inferior heaven rank martial technique. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. The 3-month deadline is almost up. I really want to continue cultivating here. Lu Ming sighed, looking at the dragon-shaped stone carving with bright eyes. Can we dig this stone carving away? Lu Ming stared at the stone and carefully examined it. After a while, he flew up and took out a shiny broadsword. He actually started to cut around the stone. He wanted to take this stone away. Sizzle sizzle, the stone walls here were very hard. When the broadsword that was equivalent to a grade 4 spirit weapon cut into the stone walls, sparks flew in all directions. The resistance was unbelievably great. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and used all his strength to cut and dig. After half a day, Lu Ming was sweating profusely, but he was only halfway done. Haha, sure, continue. Lu Ming buried his head and worked hard again. Crack. Suddenly, a kacha sound came from the stone inscription. A crack actually appeared in the middle of the stone inscription. Don't! Lu Ming shouted. Crack, crack. The sound became more and more intense. Cracks like a spider web appeared on the stone. Bang. In the end, the entire stone exploded and turned into ashes, drifting in all directions. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This stone inscription actually exploded on its own. Sigh, it seems that I can't take it away at all. As long as I dig, the stone will self-destruct. Lu Ming sighed. Was a pity. In this way, he was the only one who knew the 3 unique skills of the dragon god. Forget it, without the stone I can still cultivate the 3 unique skills of the dragon god to the highest level. I have to set off now or it will be too late. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew up. But when he flew more than 1,000 meters in the air, there was an invisible force that prevented Lu Ming from flying. Lu Ming slid to the side, sticking to the wall, and quickly climbed up. After a while, Lu Ming finally came out of the abyss and arrived at the huge cave. The underground cave was quiet, without the slightest sound. On the ground, there were hundreds of dried corpses, all of which were the young experts who came in last time. And the dragon scale had naturally disappeared long ago. I wonder if Bufifin and the rest have escaped. Lu Ming whispered and walked forward. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. There were a few dried corpses here, which attracted Lu Ming's attention. Bufifin, Sun Chu. Lu Ming sighed. Through the clothes, he recognized that the 2 dried corpses belonged to Bufifin and Sun Chu. It seemed that the 2 strongest experts of the super regions did not escape in the end. However, he did not see Xianfeng's corpse. Did Xianfeng escape? Lu Ming pondered. The ancient desolate city had always been mysterious. It was normal for Xianfeng to have some powerful means to escape. Let's go. Then Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and rushed up the cave. Very soon he was out of the dragon's cave. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure disappeared. He went to the central area with all his might. In the central area of the Dongming ancient battlefield, there were 108 altars built on a flat ground. Each altar was 100 meters tall and was unusually majestic. Chapter 417. Whoosh, whoosh. Air-rending sounds could be heard as several figures appeared outside the altars. The Dongming ancient battlefield was divided into 4 directions. Each direction corresponded to an altar. The geniuses of the eastern Tianxian region were scattered in these 4 directions. Lu Ming was in the east. Figures flashed around the altars in the east. Powerful youths appeared one after another. A few hours later, more than 3,000 people had gathered and the number was still increasing. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rays of sword light flew over and appeared outside the altars. When the sword light dissipated, 2 figures appeared. They were Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu. Their auras were clearly much stronger than 2 months ago. Brother Jian. As soon as Jian Fengyun appeared, someone flew over to greet him. Brother Jiang. Jian Fengyun smiled. This person was Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Emperor Yin leaderboard. There were also some familiar faces on the Emperor Yin leaderboard, such as Su Yingying, who was ranked 13th, Lu Xiaofeng, who was ranked 35th. When they first entered the Dongming ancient battlefield, not everyone had gathered together. A large number of people gathered together, but there were also some who were scattered far away after being teleported in. Jiang Hongwen and the others were the same. Jian Fengyun nodded and greeted them. The number of people increased and soon, more than 5,000 people had gathered. Look, that's the genius from the super region, Fengyun Bei. The genius from Baiyu City is here too. That's also a super region. There were people exclaiming in the surroundings. That was because the geniuses from the super region had appeared one by one. Look, what's that? A blood-red cloud? Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and shouted. In the distance, a blood-red cloud surged over. When it got close, the cloud dispersed, revealing more than 100 figures. The one leading them was Zhang Sheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The others were the young experts from the Dragon Burial Abyss. A bunch of trash. Zhang Sheng looked at the geniuses from the super region and smiled disdainfully. He didn't restrain his voice in the slightest and it spread far and wide. What did you say? You're courting death. A genius from the Fengyun Bei roared and his killing intent surged. He moved and pounced at Zhang Sheng. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. He was a martial ancestor realm early stage. Whoosh. At this moment, Buried Life's figure flashed like a phantom. In the next moment, a shrill scream rang out. Everyone was horrified to see that Buried Life's claw had grabbed the head of the Windcloud Bay young man, leaving 5 holes in his skull. The body of the Windcloud Bay youth wriggled rapidly. Within a few breaths, he turned into a dried corpse. All the blood and chi essence in his body had disappeared. His gasps could be heard everywhere. Everyone looked at Buried Life in shock. He was a genius in the early stage of martial ancestor realm LV8. Furthermore, he was likely to be a genius who had won 3 battles. However, he was as weak as a chicken in Zhang Sheng's hands. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. Just how strong was Buried Life? Boom, boom. Powerful auras erupted from the Windcloud Bay area. Hundreds of youths stared at Zhang Sheng with gloomy eyes. One of them, in particular, had an exceptionally powerful aura that was extremely terrifying. He wore a robe and stepped out. He glared at Zhang Sheng and said, "Friend, aren't you going too far?" He is from the Aeolus sect, the strongest in the Storm Bay area. Someone recognized the young man. Going too far? He is just a piece of trash. Am I wrong to say that? He wants to attack me. He is just courting death. What? Do you want to attack me too? I don't mind sending you on your way to accompany him. Zhang Sheng smiled contemptuously. He licked his lips and looked at the Aeolus sect with a cold and greedy gaze. Arrogance. He was blatantly arrogant. Even in the face of the strongest in a super region, he was still arrogant. The Aeolus sect frowned. He did not know why, but when Zhang Sheng stared at him, the Aeolus sect felt a chill run down his spine. It was as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Where are you from? The Aeolus sect asked. You want to know? There is no harm in telling you. We are from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Zhang Sheng sneered. Dragon Burial Abyss? The Aeolus sect's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised and said, "All right, I will remember this." The Aeolus sect had retreated. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Clearly the Aeolus sect did not attack. They were retreating. Wasn't the Dragon Burial Abyss an ordinary large area? How could there be such a terrifying genius? How could he make the Aeolus sect retreat? The crowd looked at Zhang Sheng curiously. Zhang Sheng sneered. At this moment, more and more people had gathered. There were already more than 10,000 people. Whoosh. In the sky, a flash of lightning appeared and a figure appeared. Qiu Changkong. When the people of the Cloud Emperor mountain range saw Qiu Changkong, they exclaimed. The moment Qiu Changkong appeared, he looked around. In the next moment he saw Jian Fengyun and the others. He took a step forward and stood in front of Jian Fengyun and the others. He looked around and said coldly, "Where is Lu Ming? Why isn't he here? Is he dead? Do any of you know anything about him?" His tone was domineering and it was filled with a commanding tone. It did not sound like a question but more like an order for Jian Fengyun and the others to speak. Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen and the others frowned. They were all geniuses. Qiu Changkong's tone naturally made them unhappy. Brother Lu is a peerless genius. Of course he wouldn't be dead. He is most likely on his way here. Jian Fengyun said. Brother Lu? You call him so intimately. It seems like you have been with Lu Ming all this time. Tell me where's Lu Ming? Send him a message and ask him to come here and accept his death. Qiu Changkong ordered. Qiu Changkong, watch your attitude. Even if I know where he is, why should I tell you? Jian Fengyun's voice turned cold. What? Are you unhappy? Haha, Jian Fengyun, do you still think that you are the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard? Let me tell you, in front of me you are just a piece of trash. Now kneel down. Qiu Changkong was extremely arrogant and he slapped Jian Fengyun with his palm. Clang. The sound of a sword rang and Jian Fengyun unsheathed his sword. A terrifying sword chi shot up to the sky. The early stage of the martial ancestor realm. It was obvious that Jian Fengyun had made a breakthrough during this period and had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Qiu Changkong, you may have had a fortuitous encounter and your cultivation has improved greatly. However, you are too arrogant. Let me see how much progress you have made. Jian Fengyun said in a deep voice. Clang. In the next moment, a sharp sword chi shot towards Qiu Changkong. Arrogant? Why should I be arrogant to all of you? Qiu Changkong sneered. He suddenly pointed his finger like a sword and a sword chi that was flickering with lightning radiance shot out. Buff. A crisp sound rang out and Jian Fengyun's sword chi shattered. Qiu Changkong's lightning sword chi did not stop and it pierced towards Jian Fengyun's throat. It was so fast that it was beyond anyone's reaction time. Chapter 418. Just as Jian Fengyun was about to die, Qiu Changkong changed his hand gesture. He turned his finger sword into a palm and slapped Jian Fengyun's shoulder. Jian Fengyun's body trembled and he knelt down. Bang! Jian Fengyun knelt down in front of Qiu Changkong. Ah! Jian Fengyun struggled and his eyes turned red. This was worse than death. He would rather die than kneel in front of Qiu Changkong. However, Qiu Changkong's palm flashed and Jian Fengyun's body trembled. Brother Jian. Xiao Haoyu shouted and a powerful aura rose from his body. Qiu Changkong, don't go too far. Jiang Hongwen and the others shouted. They were shocked. They had not seen Qiu Changkong for 3 months and his combat strength had increased to such a level. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had increased greatly but he was still defeated by Qiu Changkong in one move. How could Qiu Changkong be so strong? What fortuitous encounter did he have? Qiu Changkong's eyes turned cold and he looked at Jiang Hongwen and the others. What? You want to interfere? Do you want to die? Boom. Qiu Changkong's body surged with killing intent and a powerful aura. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened. The powerful aura forced Jiang Hongwen and the others to step back. Their faces were filled with fear. At this moment, the strongest people in the super regions looked at Qiu Changkong seriously. This guy. Zhang Xing also looked at Qiu Changkong. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Hee hee. Qiu Changkong sneered when he saw the expressions of Jiang Hongwen and the others. He looked down at Jian Fengyun and said, Jian Fengyun, I won't kill you today. I want you to see who is the strongest person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Ah. Qiu Changkong looked at Jian Fengyun with contempt and laughed. Jian Fengyun clenched his fists. His nails dug into his flesh and blood flowed out. Trash. Qiu Changkong sneered. He felt extremely happy. The strongest person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was still kneeling in front of him. Next, he would obtain the Eastern Sky Divine Guards and make the other geniuses bow down to him. Buzz. Meanwhile, the 27 altars began to vibrate all of a sudden, emitting a brilliant glow. The formation has been activated. We have to leave this place and participate in the final test. This time, I must become a DT on Divine Guard. Sigh, as long as I can become a reserve DT on Divine Guard, I will be satisfied. 27 altars shone with resplendent light, and inscriptions flowed. After a while, the light from the altars gathered together, and a huge vortex appeared above the altars. The teleportation path to the final trial has been activated. Once you enter the vortex, you will arrive at the final trial. A deep and dignified voice came from the vortex. Ah, the final test has begun. Let's go. Zhangxing laughed and flew into the vortex, disappearing without a trace. The others from the dragon burial abyss followed closely behind. Go. Go. At the scene, more than 10,000 people flew into the vortex like locusts and disappeared. Lu Ming hasn't come yet. Looks like he died somewhere. Qiu Changkong snorted. He then looked into the distance and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Lu Ming, don't think that I won't be able to get the news of the martial emperor's treasure after you're dead. Wait until I become a Tian divine guard and destroy the mystic essence sword sect. At that time I will get the news of the martial emperor's treasure from your father. Hee, that old man, don't think that I won't be able to do anything to him. Qiu Changkong thought. He then looked at Jian Fengyun and sent him flying with a kick, saying, "Trash, get lost." Then, he dashed into the vortex with a flicker and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Brother Jian, how are you? Xiao Haoyu, Jiang Hongwen, and the others hurried over to help Jian Fengyun up. I'm fine. Jian Fengyun said as he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Sigh, I didn't expect Qiu Changkong's cultivation to have reached such a level. How terrifying. Jiang Hongwen sighed. Jian Fengyun's face turned ugly, but he did not say anything. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, Lu Ming, did something really happen to you? Did you die? Lu Ming still had not arrived. It was highly possible that something had happened to him. Jian Fengyun's expression changed all of a sudden as he saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. The ray of light was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming. Lu Jian Fengyun was overjoyed. The ray of light disappeared, revealing the true figure. It was none other than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had finally arrived at the scene at lightning speed. Ah, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Jian Fengyun was overjoyed. Ah, brother Lu. Xiao Haoyu also went up to greet him. Jiang Hongwen and the others were confused. Wasn't it just Lu Ming? Did Jian Fengyun need to be so excited? Although Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, he had only managed to enter the top 10 in the previous preliminaries. What was there to be happy about? Brother Jian, you seemed to be injured not long ago. Who injured you? Lu Ming could tell that Jian Fengyun was injured at a glance. Although the injury wasn't serious, Lu Ming could still tell. Ah, I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Jian Fengyun smiled. Lu Ming frowned. Jian Fengyun seemed to be afraid of something and did not tell the truth. Brother Jian, why hide it? Lu Ming, let me tell you. This is all because of you. Jiang Hongwen shouted from the side. Brother Jiang, there's no need to say any more. Jian Fengyun wanted to stop him. It's all because of me? Lu Ming frowned. That's right. It's all because of you. I know that you and Qiu Changkong are from the same empire and have a grudge against each other. Qiu Changkong vented his anger on Brother Jian because he couldn't find you. Jiang Hongwen said loudly. Qiu Changkong? He's actually so strong? Lu Ming said. That's right. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Qiu Changkong had, but his cultivation is terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming, let me warn you. If you encounter Qiu Changkong, you should hide as far as you can. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Jiang Hongwen said. The other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range nodded their heads. Brother Lu, Qiu Changkong is indeed very strong now. You might not be his match. Jian Fengyun sighed. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Let's go. Lu Ming changed the topic and did not say anything else. Everyone nodded and rushed into the whirlpool. When Lu Ming dashed into the whirlpool, the familiar feeling of heaven and earth spinning occurred again. After a while, Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a platform paved with white jade. Lu Ming looked around. 3 sides of the platform were blurry and there was a staircase on the other side. The staircase was completely paved with white jade and led upwards. This is the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Only those who can ascend the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase will be considered as a reserve Empyrean Divine Guard. Those who can't ascend will be eliminated. Chapter 419. Lu Ming already knew that the final test for the Tian Divine Guards was divided into several rounds. The first round was the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase. Only by climbing the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase could one become a reserve Tian Divine Guard. After climbing the 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase, there would be another test. Only by passing the next test could one become a true Tian Divine Guard. There was no one around. Lu Ming guessed that this should be the inscription formation. The 1,000 Steps Jade Staircase before him was likely formed by the inscription formation. Let's see what's so special about this 1,000 steps jade staircase. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped up. Buzz. As soon as Lu Ming stepped on it, there was a huge force between heaven and earth that pressed down on him. Lu Ming's body shook slightly and he managed to offset the force. This force not only acts on the physical body but also on the true qi in the body. Even the mind is under pressure. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he was secretly amazed. However, although this force was strong to Lu Ming, it was like a spring breeze. He did not feel much. Stop. Lu Ming stepped up step by step. His body was straight and he was as immovable as a mountain. Soon he stepped on the 100 steps jade staircase. He realized that the further up he went, the greater the pressure he felt. However, this kind of pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked faster and faster. One by one he stepped on the jade staircase. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming climbed up the 1,000 steps jade staircase. At the top of the 1,000 steps jade staircase was a platform. In front of the platform was a stone door. The stone door was open and there was a flickering light. The scene behind the stone door could not be seen clearly. Behind the stone door was the second round of the test. After passing this round of the test, one would become a true DT on Divine Guard. On the left side of the platform there was a whirlpool. This was the teleportation gate. If he felt that he was not strong enough to pass the second round, he could leave through the vortex and be teleported to the corresponding location. If one wanted to give it a try, that was also possible. It was said that there wouldn't be any real danger. If one really reached a critical juncture, the Great Array would teleport one away to the area where the Empyrean Divine Guards were stationed. That would be considered a failure. At this time, in the Myriad Star City, there was a huge circular building that covered an area of several thousand acres. It could accommodate millions of people at the same time. This building was like a coliseum, football field, but it was divided into 4 areas by 2 intersecting light curtains. It was like a piece of cake that had been cut into 4 fan-shaped regions, namely the north, south, east, and west regions. The 4 regions did not meet each other as their vision was blocked by the light curtain. The eastern region was divided into 5 levels according to their distribution. In the center of the fan was the first level and there was a battle platform. The outer ring of the battle platform was the second level. There was a stone tablet with the words, Empyrean Divine Guards written on it. Further out was the third level, and there was also a stone tablet with the words, Empyrean Divine Guards written on it. Further out was the fourth level and there was nothing written on it. Further out were rows of seats. This area was also the largest, just like the outermost ring of the cake. Now the seats were all filled with people. It was densely packed and there was no telling how many people there were. Among these seats there was a rather special spot. This spot was occupied by the leading elders of the various regions. The leading elder of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Lucio, was sitting there. Beside him were the leading elders of the Thousand River Water region, Zhao Sui, and the leading elders of the Serene Devil Palace, Han Sun. Their eyes were fixed on the few levels of empty space below. Those areas were inscribed with mysterious inscription formations that led to the Dongming ancient battlefield. As long as someone climbed the 1,000 steps jade staircase and chose to walk into the vortex, they would be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. As for those who chose to continue the challenge but failed, they would also be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. This meant that they could only become an Empyrean Divine Guard. By the same logic, as long as one became an Empyrean Divine Guard, they would be teleported to the area of the Empyrean Divine Guards. As for those who did not even become an Empyrean Divine Guard, all those who failed would be teleported to the empty area of the 4th level. Hehe Lucio, you don't have to stare so hard. It's useless even if you stare until your eyes explode. I reckon that everyone in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is dead. Not to mention becoming an Empyrean Divine Guard or Empyrean Divine Guard, I'm afraid that only a few of them can come out alive. Beside him, the leading elder of the Thousand River Water region, Zhao Sui, suddenly said coldly. Lucio's face darkened and he looked a little ugly. He said, Zhao Sui, they haven't come out yet and no one knows what the result will be. Aren't you afraid that you will sprain your tongue by saying this? Sprain my tongue? Ah, what a joke. I'm speaking because I'm confident. Given the group of trash in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, unless they find a place to hide as soon as they enter, it's normal that they will all die. Zhao Sui laughed coldly. You? Lucio's face was unusually ugly. Zhao Sui, it's too early for you to say that. Every year, there will be geniuses from small regions who will join the Empyrean Divine Guards. Beside him, the leading elders of the other small regions spoke up for Lucio. Hee hee, a bunch of trash who only know how to comfort themselves. I think that Brother Zhao is right. It's better for the trash from small regions to die. They still want to compete with us and the other large regions for a spot in the Empyrean Divine Guard. They are really overestimating themselves. A faint voice sounded. It was the leading elder of the Serene Demon Palace, Han Sun. These words were a blatant disdain, and it made the leading elders of the other small regions turn ugly. Ah, Brother Han is right. Lucio, if you want to watch, then continue watching. I'm afraid that the more you watch, the more despair you will feel. Zhao Sui revealed a mocking smile. Someone is coming out. Suddenly someone shouted. In the empty area of the 4th level, people kept appearing and disappearing. Those who appeared all showed disappointment and unwillingness on their faces. Those who appeared in this area were considered to have failed and been completely eliminated. The leading elders did not show any change in their expressions. In every region, there would be a large number of people who would be eliminated. This was not surprising. What they were paying attention to was how many people appeared in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area and the Empyrean Divine Guard area. After a while, there was finally a fluctuation in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area, and a figure appeared. Aha, this is a genius from my region. I knew that this kid would become a Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard. One of the leading elders of the small region laughed excitedly. Next, people kept appearing in the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area. Jiang Hongwen Shengguan Yunyan. Suddenly Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. In the Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard area, he saw Jiang Hongwen and Shengguan Yunyan. Lu Xiu's face was filled with joy. Jiang Hongwen and Shengguan Yunyan were ranked 3rd and 4th respectively on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. It was within his expectations that they could become Reserve Empyrean Divine Guards. However, there were always exceptions. He was really afraid that the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range had all died in the Dongming ancient battlefield. When he saw the two of them, he was naturally overjoyed. Haha, Zhao Sui, it seems that not a single Reserve Empyrean Divine Guard has appeared in your Thousand River domain.